Well, it's a cloudy day in the Klamath Basin, but that won't stop the Henley Hornets from taking the diamond in an on-league contest today against the Junction City Tigers. So glad to be with you today. My name is Josh Eldridge, coming to you live from Rosser Field on the campus of Henley High School as we get ready for a meeting between two top 10 teams in the state of Oregon. The Tigers here at Rosser Field today. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get ready for your starting lineups in just a bit here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Well, let's go ahead and introduce you to the starting lineups, and we'll start with the visitors, Junction City, as their leadoff hitter, Owen Cooper, gets ready to step in now. He is followed in the batting order by Josh Berry. The center fielder, Connor Clift, is playing first base, batting third. Caden Schaefer bats cleanup at third base, followed by Maddox Woldrup. It's catching today and batting fifth. Batting sixth is the right fielder, Landon, and then we've got the second baseman, that would be number 7, Leyland Goebel. And then we've got batting 8, Mason Toffel, the designated hitter. Batting 9th would be number 16, Dane Gibson. He is in left field for Junction City. Mark Carpenter on the mound for Henley as he fires in ball 1 there. And thanks for being with us today. A game that was kind of in jeopardy, but we are able to play it. Here's Cooper, sends a fly ball left field. That's going to get down, could be extra bases. Cooper takes a big turn around first. That's actually where he'll stay, so a leadoff single for Junction City. And for Henley's portion of the Kyle's Lawn Care starting lineups, we'll introduce them to you as they come up in the bottom of the first inning. But now stepping in for Junction City is number 2, and that is Josh Berry, the starting center fielder for the Tigers today. They're wearing their maroon tops, Tigers across their back in white text and cursive, white numbers and gray pants for the Tigers of Junction City. Henley in their traditional uniforms, navy blue tops, yellow stripes around their sleeves, and their gray pants as well. Carpenter makes a move over to first, and back safely is Cooper. Carpenter comes set, ready to deliver to Berry. And that pitch looked like it missed downstairs. Count is still 1-0 now to Berry. Carpenter, strong throwing right-hander, had a great game his last time out against Klamath Union. Here's the pitch for Carpenter. The upstairs breaking ball is going to miss, 2-0. Talk a little bit more about Carpenter as the game goes on, but he has really been throwing well as of late. Move over to first. Back safely. Carpenter with Takini setting up on the outer third. Here's the pitch. That one is fouled off. And the count now 2 balls and a strike. Carpenter ready to go again, this time with a 2-1 count. Decent lead off of first by Cooper. Nothing really to speak of, but Carpenter's going to step off anyway. Get ready again with a 2-1. Here's the pitch. That one is swung on and missed. Carpenter goes with a breaking pitch on a 2-1. Now, Barry chased out of the zone on that one, and so now the count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two. This one's popped up. Could be playable for Hamilton, and that one will actually drift out of play behind first base. Count remains 2-2. Right-handed bat of Barry battling up there against Carpenter, making him work here in the early going. We'll have to go with the 2-2 once more. Here's a pitch. That one is a check swing. Did he go? No, he did not. And so able to run the count full here is Barry, putting up a good at-bat against one of the best pitchers in the state of Oregon. Carpenter staring down, getting ready to toe the rubber. That pitch is a fastball, swung on and missed, and down goes Barry. A good battle this time. The pitcher prevails. Carpenter with his first K of the day, bringing up Connor Clift. Go around the diamond now for the Henley Hornets as Carpenter makes a move over to Hamilton at first. Max Price plays second. Connor Shively is at short with Derek Cox at third. In the outfield from left to right, it's Chase Barrett, Ryan Douglas, and Carson Pimley. Here's the pitch, a curveball that finds the outside part of the zone. I'm not sure if Clift was too thrilled with that call, but a nice pitch by Carpenter. Started well off the plate, but it curved back over, and Carpenter able to get ahead there, 0-1. Pitch coming up. That one looked to be a two-seam fastball, missed down. One at the plate, and there is one out in the top of the first inning. Runner aboard at first is Cooper. And here's the pitch from Carpenter. Breaking ball, sliced foul. Count moves now to 1-2. Wide batting stance for Clift at the plate out of the left-handed box. Here's a 1-2 coming from Carpenter. That one looked a bit inside, pushed the other way, but foul. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes. So after Clift, Caden Schaefer in the order for Junction City. Carpenter set. And the 1-2 on its way. Well, first Carpenter will step off. The 1-2, a curveball. This one's hit high, deep to center field. Going back is the center fielder, Douglas. That one is over his head. It's going to go bounce base off the wall. Rounding second, headed for third is Cooper. Now he's digging for the plate. The throw home is not going to be in time. And an RBI double for Connor Clift scores the first run of the game for Junction City as they now lead 1-0. Hit that ball to the absolute deepest part of the field. That probably would have been a home run had it been hit anywhere else, but you'll take a RBI stand-up double if you're Connor Clift, and puts his team in front now 1-0. Stepping up to bat now is Caden Schaefer, batting fourth in the order. Schaefer, a .345 hitter this season, and quite a few extra base hits as well. 23 RBI, and he's got another one out there waiting for him. See if Carpenter is able to find a way out of this inning. A pair of teams that are at the top of the state of Oregon when you talk about the baseball outlook here in the 4A. Of course, here's a ground ball to third. It's going to be Cox up with it, makes a throw across the diamond in time for the out. Now running, breaking for third is Cliff. The tag applied, and he is in there safely. Smart base running there for Junction City. So you're going to have a 5-3 put out, but advancing to third on the play was Clift as Schaefer moves the guy over for Maddox Waldrop. For Carpenter, though, just trying to keep things right where they are for the time being. As Waldrop, the right-handed catcher for Junction City, steps in. Runner at third, 2 outs, top of the first inning. Only just getting started in an overcast day in the South Klamath Falls. Carpenter set. Here's the pitch. That one misses downstairs over the plate, but below the knees, so ball's going to be called there for Carpenter. It was a leadoff single for Junction City, followed by a strikeout, but that RBI double for Connor Clift, he's now at third, is what scored the run earlier this inning. Here's the pitch. This is a ground ball hit hard to third, eats up Cox a little bit, stays with it, but unable to make a throw. And an error this time leading to a run as Clift comes in to score, and Junction City now leads 2-0. Runner aboard at first is going to be Waldrop, and here's Landon Van Hake. I was talking about these teams. You look at the rankings in the 4A classification, and both these teams right up there. Junction City actually number 2 right now, and number 1 in the RPI rank. They're weighed down a little bit by their Collie ranking, which is third best. But that averages out to 2. Meantime, Henley is number 6, and they're about right where they should be. Number 4 in the RPI rank, number 7 in the Collie rankings. That's where it evens out there. But wins for either of these teams will mean a lot for postseason implications as the 1-1 misses inside. The count now, that was the 0-1. Now it's 1-1. The count to Van Hake. Here's a pitch from Carpenter. Looked like a two-seamer, ran away. Now the count 2-1. After Van Hake in the order, it's Landon Goebel. Hamilton holding the runner at first. Waldrop not much of a lead to speak of out there. And Carpenter ready with the 2-1. The pitch, a check swing, but a called strike, and that will even the count 2-2. Bit windy here in Klamath Falls today. 50 degrees right now. It's supposed to warm up. Again, this game was a little bit jeopardy earlier, but glad that we're able to be here today as Van Hake chases a high fastball out of the zone, gets called out on strikes to end the inning, but not before Junction City scores 2 on a couple of base hits in the inning. They leave one stranded. They lead 2-0 as we continue your coverage of Henley baseball today on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Well, Henley find themselves down in the early going, down 2-0 against Junction City. And they'll have to climb back into this game. On the mound for Junction City is Jaden Lucas. And we'll take a look at Lucas on the season. This is his 8th start of the year. He's got a record of 4-2 coming into today's action. 33 innings pitched this year and an ERA of 2.75. The left-hander from Junction City. Looks like he's got kind of a low arm angle, too, coming at these Henley bats. And predominantly right-handed hitters for the Hornets. We'll see how they're able to adjust to the right-handed throwing of Jaden Lucas. As we introduce you now to the Kyle's Lawn Care starting 9 for the Henley Hornets. Leading off and getting ready to step in now is the pitcher, Mark Carpenter, followed by the shortstop, Connor Shively. Jacoby Takini is catching, hitting third. Max Price is playing second base and batting fourth. Bo Pyle, the designated hitter, hits fifth. Derek Cox, the third baseman, hits sixth. Corbin Hamilton batting seventh at first base. Carson Pimley in right field hits eighth. And Ryan Douglas rounds out the Henley order. He starts in center field as Mark Carpenter takes a pitch over the heart of the plate for strike one. And we are underway as Henley trying to get back into this game. And again, we'll go around the diamond for Junction City here in just a moment as well. There's the pitch. That one misses in, and a 1-1 now for Carpenter. Right-hander takes the off-speed pitch the other way. Ground ball out to second. Up with it is the second baseman. Throw on to first in time, and that will be the first out in the bottom of the first inning. That was Goebel who was able to make that play. Stepping in now is Connor Shively. Young man leads the Skyline Conference in stolen bases. He's up there around the tops in almost every offensive statistical category, although this a non-conference game. The Hornets, though, this is probably their toughest battle in weeks. You take a look at the rest of the Skyline Conference. They haven't played anybody who's ranked higher than them since they played Hidden Valley a few weeks ago. And, by the way, that's who's coming up next on the schedule in about a week. That looked like that fastball might have hit the umpire there. That's never a good sign, as the count now is 2-0 to Connor Shively. We're going to see the Henley coaches come out here, make sure he's all right. That gives me a second to catch up on some paperwork here as we set the lineup defensively for Junction City. Going around the diamond, Waldrop is catching. Schaefer's at third. Cooper is at short with Goebel at second. Clift plays first. In the outfield from left to right, it's Gibson, Barry, and Van Heek. All right, stepping in now again, Connor Shively. He's ahead in the count 2-0. Here's the pitch. Shively bounces one out towards second. Goebel has to charge this one. Comes up with it. The throw is in time, and down goes Connor Shively. And this will bring up Jacoby Takini. Trying to get a two-out rally started for Henley, although his job this year is, I don't want to say finishing rallies, but really being the punctuation to a lot of these rallies for Henley this year, leading the Skyline Conference in RBIs coming into today, and has just been really explosive onto the scene here in high school baseball. It's now a 2-0 count to Takini with two outs, bottom of the first inning. Junction City leads 2-0. The pitch from Lucas. That one misses low, and Takini now in the ahead in the count, 3-0. Takini calls time at the plate before the 3-0 pitch. He can be choosy up there heading the count like this. See if he can show us some plate discipline here. It's something that he has worked on quite a bit since we saw him in the summertime with the Klamath Falls Falcons. Would often chase that high fastball that he just took for ball 4 and is able to get on base here with 2 outs. And that will bring up the second baseman, Max Price. Strike called at the plate as Max Price settles in. Getting a couple of quick ground outs for Henley to start this inning. But Jacoby Takini was able to walk, and now Porter Frost has come in and run for him. This time Frost nearly got caught leaning to second, but dives back safely. Something interesting about Porter Frost is, his job on this team mostly is to courtesy run for Takini. He's gotten a little bit of playing time out there in the field, but he's come in every time pretty much Takini's get on base. Here, no exception. But because he's had so much time on the base paths, he's actually 5th in the conference in stolen bases coming into play today. So he can show off some wheels even in his limited playing time out there. Pitch misses on the 0-2. The count moves now to 1-2 to Max Price. Small lead, though, to speak of right now for Porter Frost. Nothing too crazy with 2 outs in this inning. Here's the pitch. This one is hit back foul, and the count will remain a ball and 2 strikes to Max Price. You take a look at Price so far this season, batting .364. Every hit he's had has been a single. And again, he's one of these guys who, in the middle of this lineup, typically you'd think a power bat here and a 4-hole, but Henley wants to go with just making some contact. And here, a pickoff move over to first. They get Porter Frost stuck in a pickle, and he is tagged out trying to get to second base, and that will end the inning. No runs, no hits, no runners left for the Henley Hornets as we go to the top of the second inning. Junction City leads 2-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Getting ready for the top of the second inning from Rosser Field today. A bit overcast, like I said, 50 degrees right now. Our vantage point here at Rosser Field facing directly south. Want to welcome in some people I know who might be tuning in from Junction City or just Tiger fans in general. Appreciate you joining us for the broadcast today on MyBasin.com. As Mark Carpenter gets ready to face Leyland Goebel, Mason Toffel, and Dane Gibson. The first pitch, a swing and a miss to Goebel, and he's down in the count, 0-1. Check swing, but a slider from Carpenter finds the outside part of the zone, and now an 0-2 count to Goebel. Junction City scored 2 runs in the first off a couple base hits, but the bottom of the lineup now due up against Carpenter. Here's the 0-2. That one is going to find the outer third, coming with the heater, and set down Goebel on strikes. That's Carpenter's 3rd strikeout of this game. You can talk a little bit about Carpenter last time out as well as Mason Toffel, the designated hitter, gets ready to step in. This one looked like it came in and hit him, so he's awarded first base there. And this brings up Dane Gibson. Well, talking again about Carpenter, although he hit a batter there and try to go back to his last time out. It was April 28th against Klamath Union. 5 innings pitched. There was a complete game no-hitter. He struck out 13 batters in 5 innings. That was his season high. And again, right now he's at 3, but in a little bit of hot water with a runner aboard at first and 1 out for Dane Gibson. Gibson shows bunt, lays one down foul down the third base side. Count now 0-1. Looking at Gibson on the season here for Junction City, batting .319 entering play today. Gets on base and scores runs for his team, an on-base percentage of .373. Here's the 0-1. He's showing bunt again. This time he fouls it off himself, and the count is now 0-2. See if Junction City decides to keep the bunt on here with 2 strikes or if they let Dane Gibson swing away. Top of the order is up next for Junction City, by the way, as Owen Cooper is in the on-deck circle. First of a doubleheader today, and of course, we also have a doubleheader going on for Henley softball going on behind us. Now, as far as Henley softball goes, we were unable to get the live stream up and going in time today, so we are going to be rebroadcasting that on a later date on mybasin.com, but you'll hear a little bit of Walter Hartley over there, one of the new play-by-play voices here on mybasin.com. So again, apologize if you were looking for Henley softball today. We were unable to get the live stream up and going in time, but we will have the full video replay available on mybasin.com. Gibson went down on strikes looking. This brings up Owen Cooper. He singled and came around to score in the first inning. Here he takes a breaking ball that found the zone, 0-1. Carpenter just has so much break on that curveball. If you don't recognize it out of the hands, it's almost impossible to go after. But you wait on that, and then you get blown by the fastball. We'll see where Carpenter goes here on the 0-1. That one was a 2-seam fastball missed high, and the count is now even at 1. Yeah, Cooper singled to lead off the first and came around to score off a Clift double. For the season for Cooper, he actually leads the team in batting average at a .474 mark. Here's the 1-1. This another curveball, not breaking enough, and now 2-1. The count to Cooper. Cooper, 27 hits on the season, of course, leading his team in that metric. But he's got 21 singles, 5 doubles, and a triple, and 25 runs scored. He's leader in that category as well by a fairly wide margin, is Owen Cooper. Carpenter makes a move over to first. Nothing doing over there with Toffel standing. He was hit by a pitch with an out in the inning. Now 2 outs and a 2-1 count to Cooper. That one is taken right over the heart of the plate for strike 2, and the count even now for Carpenter. Hitter steps out of the box. That's Cooper. As the wind picks up a little bit, blows from left to right here at Rosser Field. Down the left field line, it's 331. 385 to dead center field, and down the right field line, it's 325 to over the fence. Here's the curveball. Carpenter got him swinging. 3 strikeouts here in the second inning, and we keep things right where they are. 2-0 Junction City to the bottom of the second next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
It starts to warm up outside, it's time to tackle your lawn. And Kyle's Lawn Care is who to contact. Kyle's been doing lawn care in Klamath Falls for over 9 years. He offers a variety of services designed to make your life easier. Kyle's Lawn Care offers weekly mowing jobs, which includes mowing, edging, and blowing off sidewalks, snow removal, big cleanup jobs, dump runs, and more. At Kyle's Lawn Care, they strive to give each job their all and go the extra mile to exceed their customers' expectations. To get an estimate, you can call or text 541-281-3623. Kyle's Lawn Care.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Getting ready for the bottom of the second inning for Henley baseball, taking on Junction City today. Max Price, Bo Pyle, Derek Cox due up for the Hornets as they trail Junction City 2-0 in the opener of a doubleheader today. Glad we're able to get this game in today. There was some questions on the forecast with rain. We were supposed to get about 70% chance of rain today. That dipped down to about 50%. It was 45% when I went to bed last night, and I woke up this morning as the first pitch coming up to Max Price here misses inside. I woke up this morning and it hadn't really started raining yet by 7 o'clock, a little bit, but it really started to come on about 7:30, 8 o'clock, but luckily it only lightly rained for about an hour. Here's the 0-1 to Max Price. That one also finds the zone, and 0-2. This is a good two-seam action coming from Lucas here against the right-handed hitting Max Price. He's got to settle back in. Love watching Price take an at-bat, but he's down early. This one misses low in the dirt, 1-2. And by about 9 o'clock this morning, it had completely stopped, and, well, thought we might actually get these games in today, which is great because, like I said, big importance for both teams' playoff implications. And I would make the case that it impacts Henley even a little bit more, and I'll discuss that here in a minute. The 1-2 breaking ball finds the outside. Price down looking for the first out here in the second inning. You look at the league standings at this point in the season, and the Sky M League, for which Junction City calls home. There are some really good baseball teams in that conference, headlined by the number 1 team in the state, Marist Catholic, as Bo Pyle gets ready to step in. That pitch will find the zone, the count 0-1. Henley fans might remember Marist from a year ago when they dispatched the Hornets in a semifinal matchup, a extra innings victory for the Spartans a season ago, as Pyle sends one high in the air, center field. Moving over is Barry. He gets underneath it and almost overran it to get there, but wound up putting the ball away for the second out, and that will bring up Derek Cox. Also in the Sky M League, you've got North Bend, who Henley beat last year in the playoffs. They are number 7 in the state, and then surprisingly enough, Junction City is in 4th place in this conference at number 2 in the state right now. That's how competitive it can be. A swing and a miss to Derek Cox. He's behind in the count, 0-1. I failed to mention that Marshfield is in the mix as well. They're number 11 in the state. They've got a favorable league record at 5 wins. But compare that to 4 losses. They're really only in second place by virtue of playing more games. They have 5 wins compared to Junction City's 4 in conference play. But the next Tigers win will put them into second place. A line drive up the middle and a 2-out base knock for Derek Cox. Love to see the freshman coming up big there with a 2-out knock, bringing up Corbin Hamilton. Henley's first hit of the day there. But you compare that Sky M League with good teams almost every time out, where Junction City can improve upon their ranking, dictate their seeding when it comes to the state playoffs. Henley, though, it's not the case in the Skyline Conference, as we've seen multiple times this year. Pickoff move over to first, Cox back safely. The only other team in the Skyline Conference who Henley can really benefit from playing against when we talk about playoff seeding is Hidden Valley New Hope Christian, who's ranked 9th in the state. As the first pitch coming up to Corbin, he will take it for a strike, a 2-seam fastball running away from him on the outside, 0-1. But after Hidden Valley in the Skyline Conference, you've got Phoenix, who's number 19, KU, who's number 26, and Mazama, who's number 30. So Henley doesn't have an opportunity too often to improve their playoff seeding, just sort of stay where they are. And that's why I would say I make the case that this game matters a little bit more for Henley than it does Junction City. Now, if you're looking at this from the Tigers' perspective, of course you'd like to put down the 6th best team in the state, and you'd like to move on. This has a potential to slide you up into first place against Marist, maybe, but Henley a chance to really climb in the rankings if they're able to find a way to come back and win this game. In the meantime, though, Corbin Hamilton goes down looking at strike 3. No runs, 1 hit in the inning for Henley, but they leave their runner stranded. They still trail 2-0 as we head to the third next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades. To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate!
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
The information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Getting ready for the top of the third inning between the Junction City Tigers and the Henley Hornets today as it's Josh Berry, Connor Clift, and Caden Schaefer due up this half for the Junction City Tigers. Stepping in now, Josh Berry. Now, Berry went down on strikes his first time up, 0 for 1 today, but a .333 hitter on the season. Here's the first pitch to him. Looked like a breaking ball, found the outside, and the count 0-1. Both pitchers, I got to say, have been doing a really good job of working the outside part of the plate through the first 2 innings and not letting too many guys square up the ball. I'd say the only time someone's really squared it up has been the RBI double that Connor Clift hit in the first inning, where he hit it about 380 out of 385 feet for a home run. But otherwise, it's just been pretty good hit ground balls, line drives up the middle, sure, but when these pitchers are working that outside, just as Carpenter did to set down Berry for the second time, they're getting strikeouts. And for Carpenter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ks now for him on the day. And now here is Connor Clift, who was able to get a hold of a pitch Carpenter offered up to him last time around, sent a double to straightaway center field. It probably would have been a home run had it been hit anywhere else, but was able to collect an RBI as well, and for him, that was RBI number 16 on the season. Here, Carpenter goes with the high heat and gets a swing and a miss. Clift 16 RBI on the season, but he actually leads the team in walks. He's got 16 walks this season, so he's going to give you a good plate appearance. Here, he takes a two-seam fastball running away, and the count now a ball and a strike. Clift bats .468 coming into the game today. That's good for second best on the team. Here, a breaking ball dips below the zone from Carpenter. The count 2 balls and a strike with 1 away in the top of the third inning. Junction City leads Henley 2-0. 2-1 coming up once more. This time a check swing, but a called strike. The count now 2-2. That time Carpenter choosing the two-seam fastball, again working away from the left-handed hitting Clift. We'll see where he goes now in a 2-strike count. Carpenter, the high leg kick. Here he comes. That two-seamer ran too far outside, and the count will run full. On deck for Junction City, Caden Schaefer. One out in this inning. Carpenter was able to get Berry down on strikes. I want to give you a score update as well from Henley softball behind us here in just a moment. Curveball is strike 3 called. Clift goes down looking. Carpenter, a great location for a breaking ball. And Clift none too pleased with that outside strike 3 call. However, home plate umpire has been given that inch or two on the outside part of the plate today to both teams. Been consistent. It's going to be there today. It's up to the hitters to adjust, even if they don't necessarily love that strike 3 call, as Caden Schaefer gets ready to step in. By the way, again, last we heard from Henley softball, the Hornets were leading the Tigers 5-1 after a multi-run home run from the freshman Michaela Schroeder. Here's the first pitch. It's a miss outside to Schaefer. We talk about a guy who's got a little bit of recent history with Henley, and that is Caden Schaefer. I can recall back during basketball season as the 1-0 is hit foul, count now 1-1. The Henley boys basketball team made its way up to Sisters for the Sisters shootout and ran into Junction City up there. And Caden Schaefer, if I recall, had 27 points in that game against Henley, a game in which the Hornets ultimately lost. So here's the 1-1. Curveball grounded out towards short. Shively plays it on a hop. Strong throw to Hamilton in time, and the Tigers are down in order in the top of the third inning. We'll go to the bottom half with Junction City up 2-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
All I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face. I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Our coverage of Henley baseball continues on an overcast Saturday afternoon from Rosser Field on the campus of Henley High School. Just, about 5 minutes, 10 minutes south of downtown Klamath Falls. Glad you could be with us today. Junction City making about a 3.5, 4-hour trip down from north of Eugene to be here today. Glad we could get everyone down. I know sometimes it can be tough to get teams down here to play Henley, but appreciate Junction City for sending both teams, like I said, baseball and softball here today. As Carson Pimley gets ready to step in, Ryan Douglas follows him, and Mark Carpenter, the 3-up in this inning for Henley. First pitch into Carson Pimley is a ball, 0-1. Here Pimley fouls one off in the count 1-1. Looking at Carson Pimley this season, batting .286 for the Hornets this year. Checks his swing, shoves it down the first base line, but luckily for him, drifted foul. Don't think he necessarily wanted to make contact with that one, so get a break there for Carson. Pimley has played in all but one game for Henley this season. The 1-2 as he stares down Jaden Lucas. Here's the pitch. Pimley hits one high in the air, shallow right field. Could be trouble. The right fielder is coming in, and it's in and out of his glove in right field. And an error is going to allow Carson Pimley to reach first. That wind can get swirling out there in the outfield, but it hit almost the bottom of his glove and just sort of popped out. And so an E9 will allow Pimley to reach base, and that'll bring up Ryan Douglas. Douglas has been really fun to watch. He's the kind of baseball player that teams don't often think that they need when they build a team, but batting in the 9-hole, Douglas has been invaluable to these Hornets this season. Douglas with a batting average of .244 as he pops a bunt foul. Douglas to start the season was struggling to bat .200, but has really come along towards the middle and latter third of the year. Now batting .244, and he's just playing fast. All he has to do is put a ball in play, and Douglas has a chance at getting on base. And then once he does get on base, it's a dangerous man. As the pitcher steps off ahead of the 0-1. So if Douglas is able to put a ball in play here, chaos is going to ensue in the infield. It's like a fire drill whenever he hits the ball. It's the 0-1 on the way. First, it's a move over to first, and they caught Pimley leaning. Left-handed Lucas kicks his leg up high. You got to watch it, but Pimley picked off a first for the first, for the first out here in the bottom of the third. So now it's up to Douglas to try to get a rally started. The 0-1 is swung on and missed. The count now 0-2. 0-2 on its way. That one missed down and in to Douglas. Battling back, 1-2. Douglas batting in the 9-hole is got the third most runs scored on the team at 16 this year. It should give you an idea about how good he's been once he gets on base. 2-2 coming up to Douglas. Lucas from the windup. That one's hit hard left field. That one is going to get down in front of the left fielder, Gibson, and then kicks behind him. Rolls nearly to the wall. Douglas is going to pull up at second with a one-out double, and here comes Mark Carpenter. Runner aboard at second for Carpenter. Carpenter leads the team in batting average. He leads the team in hits, in doubles, in home runs, runs scored, and is second on the team in RBI. Is second on the team, yes, in RBI, only behind Jacoby Tacchini. Carpenter having another just outlandish statistical season for the young man. Here he's got an RBI out there waiting for him. He represents the tying run here in the bottom of the third inning. First pitch coming up to Carpenter as Lucas comes set. Carpenter rattles one foul down the third base line on the off-speed pitch from Lucas. Count moves now to 0-1. Taking a look at Mark so far today, ground out to second base. He hit that same pitch, but rolled over it out towards second. Now he's able to load back. He's seen it a bit now. We'll see where Carpenter's approach is at behind in the count, 0-1. Here's a pitch. Carpenter takes a pitch that misses in. Count 1-1. I think Carpenter thought that was going to be a strike. I think he hopes to get that strike call when he's back out on the mound, but he'll take the ball right here. It's a 1-1 count to the right-handed bat for the Hornets. Here it is. Carpenter sends one to third on the ground. Schaefer knocks it down, eats him up for a moment. Throw to first is not in time despite a great effort by the first baseman, Clift. Just about did the splits trying to stretch for that one, but Carpenter beats out the infield single, and that will bring up Connor Shively. By the way, on that play, Douglas stayed put at second, and so he's still there. Carpenter aboard at first, and now here's Shively. Shively is 0 for 1 today. He grounded out in the first inning, but you look at Shive for the season, batting .418 this year. That's third best on the team. His 23 runs scored, good for second most. And like I said earlier, his 17 stolen bases, good for not only best on his team, but best in the conference. Set is Lucas. Tying run on base for Shively. He floats in a changeup across the heart of the plate for strike one. That was a kind of a gamble of a pitch for Lucas. He'll leave an off-speed pitch up high over the plate. But Shively didn't offer up at it, and he's behind at the count 0-1. Left-handed bat against left-handed pitcher, something we haven't seen too much of this year. Shively chases the slider, dipping away from him. Now behind at the count 0-2 with Jacoby Tacchini coming up on deck. Shively, a good two-strike approach. Third baseman Schaefer playing in on the cut of the grass. First baseman playing behind the runner. Here's the pitch. It's low in the dirt, blocked by Waldrop, so no runners are going anywhere. And the count moves now to a ball and 2 strikes to Connor Shively. Shively, catcher turned shortstop, but is still hitting at the top of the order for the Hornets. See what he can do here in a 1-2. Curveball. That one is going to ring him up. A curveball that found the upper part of the zone sends Shively packing for the second out in the third inning. And that will bring up Jacoby Tacchini. Man who leads the team in RBIs with a couple of big ones out there on the base paths right now. Ryan Douglas is at second. Mark Carpenter is at first. Henley trails 2-0 in the bottom of the third inning against Junction City in the first of two today, a doubleheader from Rosser Field. Takini walked his first time up. Here's the first pitch to him now. That one's going to miss wide, 1-0. Takini walked, and then Porter Frost came into courtesy run for him and was picked off, much like a situation that happened to Pimley a little bit earlier this inning. That left-handed pitching can be a little bit tricky if you don't see it too often when you talk about those pickoff moves. Here's the 1-0, dips below the zone, 2-0 now the count to Takini. And I talked about Shively a moment ago, a catcher turned shortstop, and the guy who is now catching for the Hornets, you see him right here. It's Jacoby Takini. Don't know if they told him he was going to be a full-time catcher to start the year, but Takini has earned that role this season as he takes a pitch outside, now 3-0. You look at the year for him, .446 batting average, leads the team in runs batted in. He is second on the team in hits. I believe he is second in the conference in hits as well. He is just on a tear this season as the freshman. 3-0 coming up to him. And that one will miss low, and the bases are loaded for the cleanup man, Max Price. And now that's exactly what he's going to try to do. I talked about it last time Price was up to bat. Usually you'd like a power stick here in the four-hole for Henley. But they like these guys in front of them to get on base. Guys like Ryan Douglas, who's at third, or Mark Carpenter at second, or now Porter Frost got on base because of Takini earning the walk. Price can find a gap here. You could score a couple, maybe three if you hit it hard enough. Here's the pitch. Misses wide, the count 1-0. Best opportunity Henley has had to score so far today. In fact, the first time that they've had runners in scoring position here in the bottom of the third inning. They trail Junction City 2-0. Low hands in the batting stance for Max Price. Allows him to get to the ball quicker, but here he watches the two-seamer across the plate for a strike, 1-1. Outfield shaded deep to center with the both left and right field playing pretty much straight away, but Barry playing deep, trying to stop a ball from getting too deep in the gap. Here's the 1-1 to Price. That one misses in. Oh, no, the two-seamer broke back across the plate. Price now down to the count, 1-2. Gonna have a good two-strike approach here for Price. Big at-bat here in the middle part of the ball game. Here's the two-strike offering. Misses wide. Waldrop has to pop out of his stance to make sure it doesn't go to the backstop. And that pitch was thrown hard enough that I don't know if Douglas would have scored anyway. He's a fast player, but this backstop here, all brick. So on pass balls, it can come bouncing back pretty hard. We've actually seen it bounce past catchers before. Here's the 2-2 once more. Price, ground ball the other way, winds up foul. And so we'll do it again. 2-2 to the Henley second baseman. Bases loaded, 2 outs in the bottom of the third inning. Junction City in front of the Hornets, 2-0. Appreciate you being with us today, wherever you are, whether in Oregon or elsewhere, and finding us today here on mybasin.com. Max Price steps back in a 2-2 count. Lucas comes set. Kicks, fires. That pitch rung up Price. A pitch an inch off the inside of the plate is going to send Price packing, and that is out number 3. We go to the top of the fourth inning. Junction City leads the Hornets 2-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between. We keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Top of the fourth inning as we welcome you back to Henley High School in a game in which Junction City leads 2-0. For the Tigers, 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 error. They've left 2 runners on base. For Henley, no runs on 3 hits. They've also committed 1 error, and they've left 4 runners on base to this point in the game. As we get set for the top of the fourth, it's Maddox Waldrop, Landon Van Heek, and Leyland Goebel. That is 5, 6, 7 in the Junction City order here in the fourth inning. Mark Carpenter still on the hill for Henley, trying to keep things right where they are. Waldrop shows bunt on the first offering, but a curveball falls in the zone, and the count 0-1. Well, we were talking about Junction City's league about an inning ago. I want to talk about some recent history for Junction City. They started the year fantastic. As we get ready for the 0-1 for Waldrop. That pitch comes in and hit him. Ooh, that did not feel good. I can tell you that much. He's going to be awarded first. We'll take a moment for him. And again, I'll tell you a little bit about Junction City. They won the first 4 games of the season. Actually won 6 of their first 7 games. And they ran off another streak of 5 wins, all against league opponents. But going back to April 19th, it's been troubled times for Junction City. Back on the 19th, which was a Saturday, an 8-0 loss to Philomath. And then they got beat by Marist twice, 11-6 and 5-0, before coming back and beating the Spartans on April 25th, 5-3. Now, their most recent game came back on Tuesday, was on the 29th of April, and that was against Umpqua Valley Christian, a game in which Junction City actually lost 10-9. Now, Umpqua Valley Christian is the top 2A, 1A team in the state. They are ranked there at the very top, so you know, even though you're a 4A team losing to a 2A team, I don't think there's any shame in dropping one to one of the best baseball teams in the state of Oregon. Looks like Waldrop is going to come out of the game in the meantime. Bryson Rodriguez is out there on the base paths for Waldrop. We'll see if he returns or if he's done for the day. He was, let's see. Okay, so we've got a couple of things happening. We're going to have Aiden Schmidt bat for Landon Van Heek. I believe he's going to come in and replace the catcher perhaps, or maybe make a switch in right field as a pitch high and in came off the bat. Let's see. Did it hit his nose or did it hit the bat? Did we get a free pass here? Carpenter came inside for the second time against Aiden Schmidt. I'm going to try to find out here exactly what's going on, but right now Tigers are, let's see. Apologize for the silence here, just trying to add up everything that's going on here. So we had Landon Van Heek hitting in this spot. Aiden Schmidt came in and saw one pitch before a foul ball came back and hit him in the nose. And now it looks like we're going to see Jackson Hayes in there for Junction City batting now. I'm sure we'll have to make some changes on the defensive end for Junction City once they take the field. The count is 0-1. No outs and a runner on first for Junction City. Left-handed bat of Jackson Hayes stepping in now. And with Rodriguez aboard at first. Here's the 0-1. Showing bunt, and that is strike 2. Again, lots of changes here in this last couple minutes for Junction City. We'll try to reset the defense for you when they take the field, but a 0-2 count to Jackson Hayes. Move over to first. Rodriguez is back safely. And Leyland Goebel, I believe, still on deck. And he is. Here's Carpenter. No outs in the inning. He comes with the 0-2. Still showing bunt on an 0-2, but it looks like pulled back in time to Jackson Hayes. They're going to, I believe, have him swing away now on a 1-2 count. Carpenter gathers the sign from Tacchini. And here we go. Showing bunt again. That'll be strike 3 as Hayes goes down on strikes for the first time today. And this will bring up Leyland Goebel. He's 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. He struck out back in the second inning. Taking a look at him on the season. A .241 hitter. He shows bunt. A curveball started out of the zone but broke back into the zone. And it's an 0-1 count to Goebel. He pulled back the bunt, but a called strike regardless. Getting the signs from the third base coach for Junction City. Now stepping back into the box. The right-handed bat of Goebel ready to go against the right-handed arm of Carpenter. And the pitch. That one dips low and away. The count even, a ball and a strike. After Goebel in the order, it's Mason Toffel. Here's the 1-1. That one misses high. The count 2-1. So going back to Junction City, we kind of got derailed there about the point I was trying to make against Junction City is that a team that has started really good has sputtered a little bit here in this second half of the season. Now it's a 2-2 count to Goebel at the plate. Now this is still very much a team that can bounce back, especially when you look at their remaining schedule. After Henley, they'll play the team who's in last place in their conference. That's Cottage Grove. Here's the 2-2. Strike 3 looking. Down goes Goebel for the second time today. And another strikeout for Carpenter will bring up Mason Toffel. But after Cottage Grove, Yoncalla, that co-op, they've got North Bend, who's been good this season. But if you look at state rankings, Junction City, on paper, the better team. And then they close out the year against the Dowls and Doofer on May 21st before preparing for what will likely be a playoff or postseason berth of some variety. Whether or not they earn an automatic bid out of the Sky M League or whether they have to battle in a play-in game, both are possible with how competitive that league is. You got to imagine this team is playing past the end of the regular season, that's for sure. It's an 0-1 count to Toffel. Timeout. Are we going to call a balk? Did we get time? So we got time at the plate. There was no signal from the umpire, but we did get time, so no balk. And we'll do it again, an 0-1 count to Mason Toffel. Here's the pitch. Curveball will miss upstairs, 1-1. Might have been a slider from Carpenter, something with some movement. Regardless, it missed out of the zone. After Toffel in the order, it's Dane Gibson. Carpenter set with the 1-1. 2 outs in the inning. That one is called strike 2. Fastball over the middle of the plate, about knee-high to Toffel. Carpenter with a grin on his face. He's in control of this at-bat now. 1-2 to Toffel, and here it comes from Carpenter. Breaking ball swung on and missed. And after a troubling start to the inning, Carpenter goes 3 straight strikeouts to set down the top of the fourth. But Henley still trailing 2-0 as we go to the bottom half on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
And then the only change is in left field. And who is in left now? Right field. Right field? Thank you. Thanks. All right, got the changes here for Junction City. It looks like Waldrop did return to catching after having courtesy ran for him, so he's back there. And then Jackson Hayes, who was a part of that kind of messy at-bat about partway through that last inning, has taken over in right field. So there you have it. Junction City leads Henley 2-0 in the bottom of the fourth inning. And due up for the Hornets is Bo Pyle, Derek Cox, and Corbin Hamilton. They try to get a rally started against Jaden Lucas, who has pitched very well to this point in the ballgame. Got into a little bit of trouble in the last inning. In fact, had the bases loaded against Max Price, but was able to work a long at-bat and collect a strikeout as that pitch misses inside to Bo Pyle. He's heading the count 1-0. For Henley's part, they've hit the ball around the ballpark, but unfortunately, for the most part, it's been hard ground balls or hard fly balls right to guys. Only one extra base hit came off the bat of Ryan Douglas in the third. But now Bo Pyle ahead in the count 2-0. If there's anyone who you think can get an extra base hit at the drop of the hat, it's been Bo Pyle this season. Here he sends one deep to left field. Going back is the left fielder. Leaping to make the catch is Gibson. Well, you thought Pyle might have come away with a double there, but Gibson snuffed that one out for the first out. Got to give credit where it's due. That was a great catch in left field. One away in the bottom of the fourth inning, and that will bring up Derek Cox. Cox is 1 for 1 today, and for the season, batting .333. Now, here's a guy in Derek. He is a freshman, and he has started the year on JV. Here's the 0-1 was, the first pitch was fouled, making it 0-1, but a guy who's been called up from JV has had to sub in for a couple of different injuries. First was called up to deal with the missing Max Price. And coincidentally enough, right as Price returned to the lineup, another one of Henley's starters, Carson Sims, went down with an injury of his own. So Cox has had an extended period up at the varsity level. It's the 1-1, misses high, 2-1 now. And he has really flourished in this role. And I don't know if it was expected necessarily. I mean, you wouldn't say that he would flounder at this level. Of course, you'd never say that. But the rate at which he has succeeded has been surprising. I don't think there's any doubt about that. .333 batting average. He's getting on base 50% of the time. And this is his sixth game up at the varsity level. The 3-1 is taken wide, and there he goes, getting on base with one away in the inning. And now in steps Corbin Hamilton. Now, Hamilton's a guy who, I was talking about the basketball matchup between these two teams back in early January, I think the first week in January. Corbin Hamilton was one of the few bright spots on the team this year for the Henley basketball squad. Really came along nicely throughout the year. And I think that Sister Shootout was really, when he was able to come on as a player, a really serviceable player for the Henley basketball team. And although they didn't get the results that they would have liked throughout the year, he was one of the guys who really grew with that team. Here in an 0-1, the pitch misses wide. It count 1-1 now. Of course, I'm sure, again, as he stares down at Coach Sean Teeters there at third, out of the corner of his eye, he sees Caden Schaefer there, who did light up the Hornets pretty significantly in that game at Sisters. But I think most of these guys around Henley would tell you, and even people who might say it with a bit of a sigh, Henley is a baseball school. And so this, on the diamond, is where the Hornets would love to come back and beat Junction City. Although right now, they are trailing 2-0 in the bottom of the fourth inning. 1-1 pitch is fouled back. Corbin Hamilton now behind in the count, of ball and 2 strikes. Runner on first is Derek Cox. He earned his trip to first on a walk in the previous at-bat. 1-2 coming up as Lucas comes set. Here's the pitch. Hamilton sends one the other way, drifting foul, and it'll be foul. Towards a group of Henley fans that like to camp out behind the bullpen over there. Back when there was a time when I would set up my equipment back down there behind first base. Now, of course, directly behind home plate. For those of you watching on mybasin.com, I would hope a much better viewing experience. The 1-2, we're going to have to wait to move over to first. Cox is back safely. We're going to get a balk. And so actually moving now to second is Derek Cox on the balk. And the home plate umpire is going to come out and have a discussion with a couple of the umpires. And now Junction City's coach is coming out asking what the balk exactly was. I think Jaden Lucas, the pitcher, was trying to make a case for the balk as well. And I think it's about where the foot was planted more than anything. Sometimes a balk can be hard to tell. And to be completely transparent, I was looking more at Corbin's batting stance than I was about the delivery of the pitcher, so it's kind of hard to make out what exactly the infraction was. But regardless, Derek Cox advances to second, and it's a 1-2 count to Corbin Hamilton. RBI opportunity for the Henley first baseman. Here's the pitch. Hamilton will slice that one foul once more, and the count will remain a ball and 2 strikes. It's a dead ball. Guys are scrambling around out there like there's an active play. But after the foul ball, it's a dead ball. And so no real threat for Junction City. That's Corbin Hamilton, who's 0 for 1 today, gets ready to step back in, trying to avoid the same outcome in his last at-bat. The 1-2. That one is going to find the outer third. And again, batters for both teams, none too pleased with that outside strike call. But, again, it's been there today, and as much as anyone might dislike it, that's been strike 3 all afternoon so far. Hitters are going to have to adjust. Here's Carson Pimley. Pimley reached on an error in his last at-bat and was out on the base paths. Here trying to come up with a single, fouls one off to start the at-bat behind the count 0-1. Pimley getting ready to step back in. Coming set is Lucas out there, ready for the 0-1. Here it is. Pimley sends one high in the sky, shallow center. Moving over is the shortstop, Cooper. He gets called off by the center fielder, Barry, and nobody makes the catch. That's going to drive in Derek Cox. They're scoring that as a base hit. An RBI single for Pimley, and he advances to second. And Henley on the board, 2-1. That's a hard ball to get to for the shortstop. The center fielder, Barry, came crashing in, laid out for it, but was unable to make the play. And because he dove for it, that's what gives you the base hit there for Henley. And an RBI for Carson Pimley. For him, that is RBI number 8 on the season for Carson. And here's Ryan Douglas with a runner on second. The tying run at second with 2 outs. Pitch to Douglas. That one in the dirt. Gets away from the catcher for a moment, but Waldrop does a great job of keeping it in front of him. I'll always talk about the good work of a good catcher, and so far I've seen a lot of good work from Waldrop today behind the plate. You know, when I was a baseball player for the short stint, I played a couple of years in high school and all through my youth. I always loved to play catcher and can always appreciate a guy who works hard. And I highlight Jacoby Tacchini for Henley when he does a good job, and I do the same for Waldrop, just doing a really good job commanding the game behind the plate today. Right now, a 1-0 count to Ryan Douglas as the conference on the mound is concluded and getting ready for the pitch to Douglas. That one finds the inner third, count 1-1. It's been both sides of the plate today for the strike zone. Not necessarily just outside, but they've mixed up a little bit of the inside favorable strike calls for the pitcher as well. A big strike zone today. Here's the 1-1. That one misses down and in, and the count 2-1. What I've always said about home plate umpires, you get to kind of feel the strike zone out as the game goes on. You'd like to figure it out in the first inning or so, maybe 2. But as long as it's consistent, once you find it, if it's consistent, even if it's a little big, and again, it has been consistently there today, even if it is a little bit of a bigger strike zone than either of these teams are used to. Here's the 2-1 to Douglas. That one's hit in the air over the head of the shortstop. It's going to get down. They're waving Pimley in to score. The throw home is late, and Pimley scores. A tying RBI double for Ryan Douglas. 2-2 in the bottom of the fourth inning. Just what the doctor ordered here in the fourth inning. Henley has tied us up at 2. And now you get to the top of the order and Mark Carpenter, and the Hornets have a chance to take the lead. Carpenter is, they're going to intentionally walk Carpenter. And so that puts runners on first and second for Connor Shively. That's kind of challenging because after Carpenter in the order, yes, he very might well be a top 5 hitter in the 4A classification in Oregon, and I'm describing Carpenter here. But you don't get much of a break with Connor Shively either. First pitch to him is a swinging strike, 0-1. You trade a guy who's batting .508 for a guy who's batting .418. That's still astronomical hitting numbers for Connor Shively. He is in the top 5 in batting average in his conference. Here's the 0-1. That one's a breaking pitch that misses outside. 1-1 to Shively. You take a look at what Connor's done so far today. He's 0 for 2. He grounded out in the first. He struck out in the third. But now trying to find some green out there and help his team take the lead. Carpenter at first. Douglas at second. There's some speed out there in scoring position. Shively hits one in the air foul. The count moves now to a ball and 2 strikes. Now, good lead off a second for Douglas. Again, he's likely going to wave him if Shively's able to find a way to hit a ball out there. But has a 2-strike approach. Here's the 1-2 from the left-hander. Shively again will hit it foul. Looked like it might have caught the roof of the new concession stand out here at Henley. I was talking to their football coach, Matt Green, a little bit before their broadcast today, and he was telling me that they've got concessions open here at Henley High School benefiting the football team. So if you find yourself in a position to come out either today for the second of a doubleheader or later on this season, you will be able to check out some concessions courtesy of the Henley football team. As the 1-2 misses high, count now moves to 2-2. And he said they'd be doing it every doubleheader, which will be a couple more Saturdays this season for the Henley football team running the concessions. Here we go. 2-2 to Connor Shively at the plate. And the pitch is taken for a ball. Pitch that's mostly been called a strike today. Shively gets away with one. And the count is full, 3-2. Big pitch coming up here for Lucas. A big one for Shively, too. The 3-2, that one comes in, almost hits Shively, and that will load the bases. Douglas to third, Carpenter to second, Shively aboard with the walk, and now the bases are juiced for Jacoby Takini. Again, like I said, you walk Carpenter, it doesn't get easier through this Hornets order. And you couldn't get Shively, and now you got Takini, who is second on the team in hitting at .446, and leads the team in RBI with 26. He's walked twice today. He's seen a fair amount of pitches. And likely going to have to come right after him here, which is never an easy task for opposing pitchers. Here it is for Takini. First pitch to him, an upstairs fastball is swung on and missed. Count is 0-1. And time is called. We'll have the catcher, Waldrop, come out and have a visit with his pitcher. And even in a tense situation like this, I want to highlight one of our sponsors this year, the Pacific Power Foundation, who donated nearly $70,000 in 2024 to organizations like the Klamath Advocacy Center, the Klamath Basin Senior Citizens Center, and the Klamath Falls Gospel Mission. Big thanks to the Pacific Power Foundation for coming on board for this season of Henley baseball. Conference on the Hill is concluded in an 0-1 count to Jacoby Takini. And we are ready to go. Lucas is set. Here's the pitch. That one will miss outside. Got to be careful preempting these ball and strike calls anymore. It's a 1-1 count to Takini. After Takini in the order, if it gets there, it's Max Price. Henley's already scored 2 runs this inning, and the bases are loaded, and we are tied at 2. Takini hits one in the air right field. That's going to get down. It'll score 1. They're waving Carpenter around to score. He is going to dive in safely. A 2 RBI single for Jacoby Takini sees 2 score. Shively to third. Henley up 4-2. Carpenter scores from second. Douglas scores from third. Takini adding a couple more to his total. 2 RBI single, and here's Max Price, the 9th batter this inning for Henley. They have started it out with a fly ball from Bo Pyle. Cox walked. Hamilton struck out. Since then, a 2-out rally has seen a single, walk, and then finally a 2 RBI, 2-out single off the bat of Jacoby Takini, and that is where we are now. Henley leads 4-2, and they're going to try to keep on rolling with Max Price with runners at the corners and 2 away. Pitch misses low, 1-0. Price in his last 2 at-bats has struck out twice. Trying for a change of fortunes here. Lucas is set. That pitch will find the inner third, 1-1. Shively, who's at third, reached on a walk earlier this inning. He advanced to third off of that single from Takini a moment ago. Here's the 1-1. That is a high 2-seam fastball that was fouled off, chased it out of the zone, and now it's a 2-strike count against Max Price with Bo Pyle waiting on deck. Umpire says play ball, so Lucas comes set. Here's the 1-2 once more. That one is fouled straight back, and the count remains 1-2. Four runs already home for the Hornets here in the 4th inning. It's been instrumental for Henley as they've claimed the lead. Lucas trying to get out of this one. The 1-2 is in the dirt. Gets away from the catcher Waldrop for a moment, and there's going to be no throw down as Porter Frost advances to second. Now 2 in scoring position in a 2-2 count with 2 outs for Max Price. A base hit might score a couple here. Price, or I believe Lucas, rather, the pitcher, stepped off the mound. So he wants to gather his thoughts a minute before the 2-2 pitch. Lucas gets the sign from Waldrop. Now comes set. Kicks. Fires. An swing gets poked foul down the third base line, so we'll have to do it again. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on in a 4-2 ball game. Henley leads in the bottom of the 4th inning. The first of 2 from Rosser Field today. A doubleheader featuring 2 top 10 teams in the state of Oregon. Lucas again coming set. Waldrop delivers the sign. Here's the pitch. Fouled off again. Max Price putting up a really good battle at the plate here. And making Lucas work overtime here in the 4th inning. He's seen his pitch count jump up. Now 87 on the game for him. We'll have to do it again on a 2-2. Here it is. Off-speed pitch, hit hard, deep center field. Going back is Barry. Going back, off the wall. That's going to score 2 runs. In at second, standing is Max Price. A 2 RBI double. Celebrate that one, young man. You just put your team up 6-2. Great 2-strike hitting. Got every piece of that baseball and a couple of RBIs, too, for Max Price. Porter Frost scored from second. Shively scored from third. And we keep on rolling here in the 4th inning with Bo Pyle. For Max Price this season, RBIs number 4 and 5 for him. Great inning for the Henley offense. See if Bo Pyle can keep it going. This time a two-seamer fouled off, the count 0-1. Pyle, along with flying out earlier this inning, he also flew out in the second inning. So he's 0 for 2 today, trying to change his fortunes second time around. Set is Lucas. Here's the pitch. That one swung on and missed, the count 0-2. Stepping back in is Pyle. On deck is Derek Cox if Pyle can find a way to get on base in a 2-strike count. Here it is. Runner on the move, but it's a swinging strike 3. Pyle goes down to end the 4th inning, but not before Henley scores 6 runs on 4 base hits. They leave one stranded. They now lead 6-2 as we go to the top of the 5th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Josh Eldridge back with you from Rosser Field on the campus of Henley High School for a doubleheader between the Henley Hornets and the visiting Junction City Tigers here in the top of the 5th inning of Game 1. Henley leads 6-2. Due up this inning for Junction City, leading off is Dane Gibson. He shows a bunt, pops one up into foul territory in the count 0-1. After Gibson, due up this inning is Owen Cooper and Josh Berry. And for Mark Carpenter, still on the mound for Henley, his job is clear this inning. Get a quick inning. The Henley bats have been hot lately, and you want to get them back up to hit. Here's the 0-1 to Gibson. That pitch is swung on and missed, the count 0-2. Gibson 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. On the season, he hits .319. Carpenter ready with the 0-2. That one swung on and missed. Carpenter getting a strikeout here in the top of the 5th inning. "11 strikeouts for Carpenter here in the 5th. Again, he reached a new season high last time out against Klamath Union when he fanned 13 batters in 5 innings. He's looking for a new season high here. Again, already 11 strikeouts, 1 out in the 5th. Now here is Owen Cooper. First pitch to Cooper, called a strike high, 0-1. For Cooper, he did strike out earlier in the second. Before that, he singled, though, in the first, wound up coming around to score. Junction City's only 2 runs of the game were scored in the first inning. Right now, they trail Henley 6-2. The 0-1 misses outside, a ball and a strike to Owen Cooper. And again, like we said last time he came around to hit, Cooper leads the team in batting average, .474 to start the season. I guess now not really to start. We're about halfway through or more. Curveball down and in, called a ball, 2-1. Jacoby Tacchini gives the sign to Carpenter. And Carpenter delivers the 2-1, ripped foul the opposite way towards the softball field. 2-2. Speaking of Henley softball, again, for those of you who might be looking for the live stream today, apologize that weren't able to go live for Henley softball today. We will have a full rebroadcast of the doubleheader later on mybasin.com. But right now, Henley up 13-5 over there. Here they're up 6-2 against Junction City. Cooper sends one high in the air center field, and Ryan Douglas moves to his left to put that one away for the second out. And in steps Josh Berry. Has been a strikeout casualty twice today. Berry on the season bats .333. Now, Berry, not a guy who strikes out a lot, only 6 Ks on the year, and that's coming into the game today. And here, an 0-1 count after the curveball found the inner third of the plate. He's already gone down on strikes twice today, now finds himself down in the count 0-1. Here he pops one up, foul. Count now 0-2. Coming up for Carpenter. And strike 3. Carpenter strikes out 2 in the 5th inning. And we go to the bottom half. Henley up 6-2 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and live free video on mybasin.com.
It starts to warm up outside, it's time to tackle your lawn. And Kyle's Lawn Care is who to contact. Kyle's been doing lawn care in Klamath Falls for over 9 years. He offers a variety of services designed to make your life easier. Kyle's Lawn Care offers weekly mowing jobs, which includes mowing, edging, and blowing off sidewalks, snow removal, big cleanup jobs, dump runs, and more. At Kyle's Lawn Care, they strive to give each job their all and go the extra mile to exceed their customers' expectations. To get an estimate, you can call or text 541-281-3623. Kyle's Lawn Care.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Getting ready for the bottom of the 5th inning, a game in which Henley leads Junction City 6-2. Due up this half for Henley is Derek Cox, Corbin Hamilton, and Carson Pimley. We've got a new man on the mound out there for Junction City, and we'll take a look at him here in just a moment. It looks like, let's see. Find out who that is here in just a moment. Number 28 on the mound, Alex Sanguins. We'll take a look at the season for him so far. As he gets ready to take over here in the 5th inning. We'll also close the book on Lucas here in a minute. Sanguins, not very many outings to speak of. Only a third of an inning pitched. It's hard really to make anything of that. So for all intents and purposes, it's going to be his first full inning of work today. Goes up against Derek Cox to start things off. That one will miss upstairs, the count 1-0. Here we can close the book on Jaden Lucas here in just a minute as he exits after 4 innings pitched. Cox sends a line drive left field. That'll be a leadoff single. How you get things started against a new pitcher for Henley. Now Cox is 2 for 2 today and has reached base 3 times. Going back to Lucas, again closing up on him. 4 innings pitched, 7 hits, 6 runs, each of them earned. He walked 5 and struck out 6. Here's Corbin Hamilton getting ready to bat now for the Hornets. Hamilton 0 for 2 today, has struck out twice. Here he shows bunt, pulls back, but it's called a strike. And the count now 0-1 for Hamilton. Corbin settles back in. Right-hander Sanguins will fire in a breaking ball that misses outside, 1-1. Hamilton lays down a bunt and advances the runner, doing what you're supposed to do in that situation for Hamilton. As Cox gets into scoring position now with one away. Stepping in now is Pimley. Pimley had an RBI single his last at-bat. Now with a runner in scoring position and one out. Another golden opportunity to add another here as he takes strike one. Count 0-1. Henley scored all 6 of their runs in the bottom of the 4th, but primed again to add more here. Here's a pitch. That one almost came in and hit the batter, Pimley. Sanguin's kicked his leg up while still eyeing the runner at second, Derek Cox, and then couldn't change his attention to the hitter soon enough. Nearly got away from him and hit him. One and one on its way. The 1-2 weakly rolled over to third. Schaefer charging. Throw on to first is in time. But Derek advancing to third on the play. So 2 outs. Runner at third. And in steps Ryan Douglas. Douglas today is 2 for 2. Has a single, an RBI single back in the 4th. And a double back in the 3rd. And the pitch is going to miss high. No, a strike called. 0-1 to Ryan Douglas. Swung on and missed. Douglas now behind at the count 0-2. Runner 90 feet away from scoring. Henley trying to add a little bit of insurance here in the bottom of the 5th. Here's the pitch. That one will miss wide. Good pitch to lay off there for Douglas. 1-2. Set is the pitcher. Curveball. Douglas hits it high left field. Going back is the left fielder Gibson. He will make the catch on the run to end the inning. The Hornets get a base hit, but they can't capitalize. They still lead 6-2 as we go to the top of the 6th next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start?
Here, in the classroom.
On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades. To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
The information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Josh Eldridge back with you here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Getting ready for the top of the sixth inning. Henley leads Junction City 6-2. For the Hornets, 6 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. They've left 5 runners on base for Junction City. 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 error. And they have left 3 runners on base to this point in the ball game. As we get ready for the top of the sixth, it is Connor Clift, Caden Schaefer, and Maddox Waldrop due up for the Tigers as they try to get back into this ball game. Mark Carpenter still on the hill for the Hornets. Here's the first pitch coming up to Clift. It's a curveball that's sliced foul the other way. Count is 0-1. Count now a ball and a strike after Carpenter misses on the 0-1. Now ready to go with the 1-1. That one sails on him as well. Upstairs, 2-1 to Clift, who had an RBI double back in the first inning and then has struck out in the third. Here's the 2-1. That one will find the zone, 2-2. This one hit on the ground, first base. Hamilton backhands it. He'll take it to the bag himself for the first out in the sixth inning. So Caden Schaefer stepping in now. He's 0 for 2 today. He's grounded out a pair of times, once to third and once to short. That's now with 1 out. Top of the sixth, Henley leads by 4. That one will find the zone, 0-1. One is going to miss downstairs. 1-1. Ground ball out to short. Shively fields the routine ball, makes a strong throw. Hamilton knocked it down, but he couldn't dig it out of the dirt. And so an error will allow Schaefer to reach first there, and will bring up Maddox Waldrop. Waldrop has reached on an arrow and was hit by a pitch earlier in the game. He goes now. This one's fouled off. The count 0-1. One coming up here for Waldrop. Bouncer out to short, could be 2. Shively goes to Price for 1. The back end is there. A 6-4-3 double play to get out of the sixth. And we'll go to the bottom half. Henley up 6-2 here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Josh Eldridge back with you. Bottom of the sixth inning here on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Score of 6-2. Henley in front of Junction City in this non-league contest. This game, like I said earlier, was in a little bit of danger of a cancellation with the forecast, but luckily Junction City able to make their way down here. It would have had to have been the second game canceled in a week for Henley if that was the case. On Tuesday, they were supposed to play South Umpqua, and because of the rainout that they had faced on Saturday last week against Klamath Union, they had to move to play the Pels on Monday, which Henley decided, well, we don't really want to play Monday and Tuesday, save some pitching for these series that truly matter against Junction City and Hidden Valley, so they wound up canceling the game against South Umpqua. Now, rumor has it that Hornets still want to play the Lancers, and so they're thinking about trying to put a doubleheader at the end of the year where Henley can play South Umpqua, and then they can also play Cascade Christian towards the end of the season. Of course, it's still a little bit up in the air whether or not they can make all of that line up, but I'd love to see a split doubleheader between a couple of really good teams, as Henley, again, right now up by 4 against a really good opponent in Junction City. Here we go as Mark Carpenter settles in for the sixth inning. Carpenter hits a base hit to left field, and that is how we get things started in this inning. 9 hits now for the Hornets, and for Carpenter, he is now 2 for 3. Couple of singles for him. Here's Connor Shively. Left-handed bat of Shively looking to keep the action rolling here in the sixth. Henley scored all of their runs in the fourth, but they'd love to add some insurance here before the top of the seventh. Hit and run. Shively pops one into left field foul. And so Carpenter will head back to first. Count is now 0-1. After Shively in the Henley order, it's Jacoby Tacchini. Right-hander Sanguins checks the runner at first. Nothing going yet for Carpenter, but they did just have a hit and run on. This time nothing. Shively sends a ground ball to second base, gets by the second baseman and into right field. Carpenter turns around second, gets to third standing, and a single. Back-to-back singles for the Hornets. Have them in business here in the sixth. Now 10 hits for the Hornets. Here now is Jacoby Tacchini, who is 1 for 1 today. He did walk 2 previous times, but in that fourth inning I keep alluding to, a 2 RBI single helped Henley at the time take the lead. He's looking to add to their lead now. Team leader in RBI, conference leader in RBI. Tacchini, just a freshman, ready to go. Set is Sanguins. Here's the pitch. Misses wide. Runner on the move is Shively. He will get into second safely. 2 in scoring position for Tacchini. After Tacchini in the order, it's Max Price. Set is Sanguins. Gets the sign from Waldrop behind the dish. Here's the pitch, 1-0. Tacchini pops one up, and it is out of play, foul. One and one. Tacchini, tall batting stance, ready in the 1-1. Here's the pitch. Curveball, that one did not break enough. The count now 2-1. Still no outs yet for the Hornets. 2-1. Tacchini fouls it straight back. Count now 2-2. Big lead off a second for Shively, although he won't be going anywhere with Carpenter placed at third. The 2-2 once more. Takini will foul it off, stay alive, 2-2. Doing a good job of staying alive there is Takini. Set is the pitcher Sanguins. Here it comes. Takini jolts one deep to left field. Moving over is Gibson. In the gap, makes the catch. Carpenter tagging from third. He will score. And a sacrifice fly and an RBI puts Henley up 7-2. Shively stayed put at second. And here's Max Price. Price is 1 for 3 today. He did strike out in each of his first 2 at-bats, but a 2-out, 2 RBI double in the fourth extended Henley's lead to 6-2 at the time. And now, of course, the most recent sacrifice fly added Henley's 7th run of the ball game. So here's Max Price. Set is the pitcher Sanguins, and the delivery. Price leans out of the way of an inside two-seam fastball. The count 1-0. As Bo Pyle is on deck for the Hornets. Here's the 1-0. That one is fouled straight back. The count is 2-0. Lead off a second for Shively. 2-3 steps off the bag. He adds a couple more in the secondary lead as that pitch in the dirt kicks away from Waldrop. And Shively, whose feet never really stopped moving out there at second, is able to advance to third on that pitch. So now it's a 2-1 count with Shively at third. A heads-up base running there for the Henley shortstop. Max Price bats with just a runner 90 feet away from scoring. And again, heading to count 2-1. The infield coming in for Junction City. They're going to try to cut down the lead runner. Here it comes. Hit in the air center field. Coming in is the center fielder Barry. He makes the catch on the run. Shively will tag and he will score. Henley leads 8-2. 2 outs in the inning. Couple sacrifice flies will do the job just as you want them for Henley. And here is Bo Pyle with the bases empty and 2 outs. And I suppose if there's any silver lining for Sanguins out there, now he doesn't have to worry about anyone out on base, and he can just come right after the Henley hitter. And Pyle is 0 for 3 today. A couple of flyouts and a strikeout. Here's the pitch, strike 1. After Pyle, it's Derek Cox who hopes to bat. But for Henley, they'll look to finish things out in the top of the 7th. Here's the pitch. That one's low, 1-1. And for Junction City fans who may be watching and are curious who's up next for the Tigers, it's Jackson Hayes, Leland Goebel, and Mason Toffel. This one is fisted towards first and winds up foul. The count now a ball and 2 strikes to Bo Pyle. Coach Teeters offering some encouragement to Pyle. Behind in the count 1-2. Here's the pitch. That one is strike 3. Pyle down looking on the outside fastball, but the Hornets do score 2 runs on 2 base hits. No runners left for the Hornets. They lead 8-2 with a chance to close out the opener in the 7th. Coming up in just a bit here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between. We keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Max Price looking to close things out for the Hornets in the top of the 7th inning. As I believe that's Max Price. Yeah, it is. He's out there getting ready to throw in relief of Mark Carpenter as Henley looks to close out an 8-2 win against Junction City. Looking at the Tigers coming up this half inning, it's Jackson Hayes, Leland Goebel, and Mason Tofel. Let's go ahead and introduce you to Max Price out on the hill, and then we'll close the book on Mark Carpenter here in just a minute. Taking a look at Price on the season, this is his 5th appearance overall, his 4th out of the bullpen. No decisions on the year yet for him. 7 2/3 innings pitched on the year, an ERA of about 4.5. So a chance to get some good work in here in the late innings against a team that's going to try to come back and win this ball game. And again, Jackson Hayes will be the first one up in just a moment. We'll also try to close the book here on Mark Carpenter. Like I said, he pitched 6 innings today. And in those 6 innings for Carpenter, allowed just 2 hits, 2 runs, only one of them was earned, did not walk a batter, and struck out 12. That's 1 away from matching his season high. And just a quality start for Carpenter yet again. Sets his team up for success here in the top of the 7th inning. Here's the pitch. Fouled back, the count 0-1. Hayes struck out in his only at-bat so far today. He was a strikeout victim in the 4th. Came in to replace Van Hake, who was hit by a pitch in the, I believe it was hit in the face with a pitch that was bunted back at him. But now Hayes in danger of making it 2 strikeouts. Here's the 0-2 coming home. A curveball nicely thrown by Price, but it dipped below the zone for a ball. And when you're heading the count 0-2, that low breaking pitch can be a strikeout pitch for some. It certainly is for Price as he missed the zone there. Here he comes with the 1-2. The other breaking pitch also missed low in the dirt. He's trying to get Hayes to chase it, but he's doing a good job of laying off that pitch. So here's Landon Van Heek. He's actually back in the game now after being replaced earlier. He is still 0 for 1 as this is fouled off. Count remains 2-2. So he's re-entered, after exiting earlier in the contest. Van Heek, the sophomore, battling against Max Price, 2-2. Here's the pitch. Curveball, that is inside. I think everyone, including the hitter, thought that was strike 3, but only one man's decision matters. We've got a full count here with nobody out in the top of the 7th. Here's the 3-2. Curveball, that might have been an upstairs fastball, fouled off. Staying alive in the count is Landon Van Heek. Price out of the windup. Here he comes again with a full count. That one is hit opposite field, but again foul. Count will remain full. Leland Goebel waiting on deck for Junction City. Here's the full count pitch again, and again fouled off. Making Price work here to start the top of the 7th inning. Again, this is just game 1 of 2 today. Whenever this game is concluded, and again, we'll discuss this, but there'll be about a 20-25 minute break between games. We'll talk a little bit more about that once we get there. Here's another 3-2 foul. Really great battle put up here by Van Heek. Junction City looking for a comeback in this game, down by 6, a score 8-2. Haven't scored since the 1st inning. Here's the full count once more, and again fouled back. This will be the 11th pitch of the at-bat coming up for Landon Van Heek. This is Really a battle up there. Sophomore against sophomore out there in the box and on the hill. Who is going to win? We'll do it again here in a 3-2. A ground ball out towards second. In the gap to make the play is Derek Cox, but he's unable to. That's going to go in the books as an E4, allowing Van Heek to reach base. Third error of the day for the Hornets. As again, a couple defensive changes as Mark Carpenter exited the game pitching. He is re-entered at third, and the former third baseman Derek Cox has moved over to second. That pitch misses. 1-0 the count to Goebel. Goebel today a couple strikeouts. He is 0 for 2 in the second and fourth innings. Here's the 1-0. That pitch finds the zone, 1-1. Nice upstairs fastball there from Price. Price set. Now from the stretch, the curveball misses down and away, 2-1. Price checks the runner at first. Again, that's Van Heek. Couple of step lead off the bag, and here's the pitch. That one is going to miss away to 3-1. Price just has to throw strikes here, try to get potentially a double play. A double play, as a matter of fact, is what ended the sixth inning. 6-4-3 double play. There's a strike. Count is full now, 3-2. Nobody out. Runner aboard at first, and an 8-2 Henley lead against Junction City. Price comes set with another full count pitch. Here it is. Popped up. Could be playable for Tacchini. And he will make the catch. Falling backwards. That's a tough catch for a catcher to make. But he gets the job done for the first out in the seventh inning. And so here's Mason Toffel. He was hit by a pitch in the second. He also struck out in the fourth. Impressed by that catch from Tacchini still. That was a nice job. Pitch on its way. Swung on and missed on the upstairs fastball. Toffel behind the count now, 0-1. Kind of gets squeezed on that inside fastball. Tough to get your barrel around to it if you don't swing early enough. And with it being up, just a hard pitch to get to. We'll see where Price goes here on the 0-1. That one, a breaking pitch that found the zone on the outside. The count 0-2. Dane Gibson is on deck for Junction City. No, pardon me. They got another guy out there on deck. I believe it'll be Ty Bradford on deck for Junction City. Here's the 0-2. It's in the dirt. Count moves now to 1-2. Again, small lead off of first for Van Heek. The 1-2 is called a ball, 2-2. Looked to be in a similar spot as the curveball was a pitch ago, but this time Toffel lays off and evens the count at 2-2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Price. That is strike 3. Goes with a breaking pitch outside this time and gets the call. Now 2 away in the inning. And here is Ty Bradford, the junior outfielder for Junction City, getting his first at-bat in the ball game. It comes with 2 outs in the top of the 7th inning against Max Price. First pitch called a strike. Always tough, and you'll see high school teams do this a lot. Down to your final out, you bring in a pinch hitter, but that's a less than desirable position. I'll tell you that much. The curveball there misses high. I always like to as a hitter, to feel my at-bats out, and the second time around, you really start to feel good. But coming in cold in what could be the final at-bat of the game is a challenge. He's trying to make it not the last at-bat of the game here. He swings and misses at the 1-1. The count's 1-2. Bradford steps back in against Max Price. The Tigers down to their final strike here in Game 1. Here's the pitch. It is swung on and missed, and the Hornets are victorious in the opener against the Junction City Tigers. They hold on, and they win this one 8-2. We'll be back to recap it all for you in just a minute, so stay tuned here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
Parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and little league teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
The information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Game 1 of a doubleheader is final today. The Henley Hornets come out victorious 8-2 over Junction City. So far today for Henley, 8 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors, and they left 6 runners on base. For Junction City, 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 error, and they left 4 runners on base. The winning pitcher today, none other than Mark Carpenter, who worked 6 innings, gave up 2 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned run, and he struck out 12. The losing pitcher today would be Jaden Lucas, who pitched 4 innings, 7 runs, 6 of them earned. 7 hits, 6 runs, each of them earned. He walked 5, and he struck out 6. So take a look at what's going to be our Pacific Power play of the day today. I'm going to award it to Max Price with a 2 RBI double in the 4th inning. That helped his team build upon their lead and score a total of 6 runs in that inning. Max Price, you have got the Pacific Power play of the day. A couple other notables for Henley. Mark Carpenter going 2 for 3, 2 runs scored. Connor Shively 1 for 3. Let's also highlight Jacoby Takini, who was 1 for 1 with 3 RBI. Derek Cox 2 for 2. Ryan Douglas 2 for 3 with an RBI as well. We'll talk a little bit about Junction City as well. They only had 2 hits, 1 for Owen Cooper and 1 for Connor Clift, each of those in the 1st inning. We've still got another game to go today, so here's what's going to happen. If you're watching the game on mybasin.com, stay here. We are going to be live on this very same link in about 20 minutes, so you don't have to go anywhere. For those of you who are listening on the radio today on 104.3 and 960 Sports, we are going to return you to Fox Sports Radio for just a little while before we get set for Game 2 again in about 20 minutes. So whether you're watching online or you're listening on the radio, my name is Josh Eldridge. We hope to be back with you in just a few minutes on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Back in the bottom of the first inning, apologies for the interruption there on mybasin.com. Here in the bottom of the first in the game 2 of a doubleheader today, for those of you who may have missed what's going on at the beginning of game 2, it was a 1-2-3 top of the first inning for Junction City. Now the Hornets will get their chance against Connor Clift. And taking a look at Clift this season, this will be his 7th appearance, his 5th start of the year. In his previous 4 starts, he is 4-0. He also has a save, by the way. And in 24 innings pitched, Connor Clift, an ERA of .5. Wow, that is remarkable. Left-hander will have to go up against a Henley order that is lit off by Mark Carpenter. And Carpenter in the first game today was 2 for 3 with a couple of singles, including a run scored in the 6th inning. He also grounded out and walked. Carpenter fouls off the first pitch he sees here, 0-1. Potential to have a little bit of a pitcher's duel. We know what Corbin's been like all season long, but pitcher here with a .5 ERA through 4 starts. That's remarkable. Here's the offering here. It is swung on and missed. The count 0-2. Carpenter diving after that pitch that was out of the zone and low. He'll have to settle back in here, down in the count. 0-2. Here's the delivery. Curveball that found the zone. Carpenter down looking for the first out in the first inning. And this will bring up Connor Shively. Now, as Shively settles in for the first time in game 2, we can flash you back to game 1. A game which he finished 1 for 3, but his single in the 6th inning allowed him to come around and score. Here's a slider from the left-hander, swung on and missed, 0-1. Now watching Clift pitch, already a different look than most as a left-handed pitcher, but he's got a very low arm angle. Sees it well, a ground ball past the second baseman and into right field, and a one-out single for the Henley shortstop. I think this arm angle is going to be tough to see pitches that start belt high, whether or not they'll dip or whatnot. But if you start a pitch like that that's a little bit higher than the belt, Shively is kind of served up on a platter for him, and he took it the other way, just as he does so often for a one-out single. Here's Jacoby Takini's first pitch. Pops it in the air to shallow right field. No one gets there. Shively slides into second safely, and that was pretty much right in the middle of everybody. And aboard with a single is Jacoby Takini. And now back-to-back one-out singles have the Hornets in business in the bottom of the first inning. And here's Max Price. And are we seeing an early substitution? Well, a short-lived outing for Van Heek in right field as he has been replaced by Ty Bradford. That is a tough look. Now, I suppose you could say Van Heek probably should have charged and called off the second baseman and has therefore been taken to the bench. But one play into the ball game is a short leash, that's for sure. Here's the pitch to Price. That one misses wide. The count now 1-0 to the Henley cleanup hitter. Price in game 1 was 1 for 3. He had a 2 RBI double and was actually the Pacific Power play of the day earlier in that first game. And a strike fired in there, a ball and a strike now to Price. And speaking of the Pacific Power play of the day, I want to offer up a big thanks to the Pacific Power Foundation for stepping up and being a part of this season of Henley Baseball. New sponsor for this season as Price waves and misses at the 1-1. The Pacific Power Foundation donated nearly $70,000 locally in 2024 to organizations like the Oregon Tech Foundation, the Klamath County School District, and the Bonanza Big Springs Park and Recreational District. A little bit out of town at Klamath Falls, but still making sure everyone feels the support with the Pacific Power Foundation, and we certainly do here with Henley Baseball coming on board again for this season. Big thanks to Pacific Power. It's a 2-2 count to Max Price. And that one is going to be in the dirt. Both runners advancing, and the count is now 3-2 to Price. Three-two to Price. Looked at for strike three. Down goes Price for the second out in the first inning. But two guys in scoring position now for Bo Pyle. Looking at Bo back in the opener today, he was hitless, 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts, but he did fly out once to center field, once to left field, and hit the ball well in each of those opportunities. Hoping for a change of fortunes here in Game 2 and an early RBI opportunity at that as he takes ball one inside. Count now 1-0 to Mr. Bo Pyle with Derek Cox waiting on deck for the Hornets. Shively reached on a single. He's now standing at third. Takini also singled. He's got Porter Frost running for him out at second. Here's a bouncer to third. Goebel is up with it. The throw on to first is in time to end the inning. So a couple of base hits, but the Hornets can't cash in. They leave two stranded, and we'll head to the second, still scoreless on 104.3 and 960 Sports with live free video today on mybasin.com.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Top of the second inning, and we are ready to get going. Caden Schaefer takes strike one called to get this inning rolling. Still scoreless, top of the second inning between the Hornets and the Tigers, as that pitch will miss outside. The count now even at a ball and a strike for Caden Schaefer. Corbin Hamilton ready to deliver the 1-1. That one bounces to the plate, 2-1. The count to Schaefer. Taking a look at the first game for Caden Schaefer, he was 0 for 3. He grounded out twice, and he reached on an error once, but was ultimately left stranded in the sixth inning. Pitch on its way from Hamilton. That one is going to miss wide. The count now 3-1 to Schaefer. And on the season for Caden Schaefer, a quality season so far, no doubt about that. A .328 batting average. Here he fouls off the 3-1 pitch, now makes it 3-2. A .328 batting average, 7 extra base hits this year. And as a matter of fact, he leads his team in runs batted in with 23 on the season. That's a great number for him. Full count to him. He will take a look at ball 4 as it misses down and away. And a leadoff base runner for the Junction City Tigers as Landon, it'll be, I believe, Ty Bradford getting ready to settle in for Junction City. Bradford getting his first look of the day at the plate. He shows bunt, and that pitch misses away, 1-0. Bradford came in as an early replacement in right field. I think the coaching staff deducted that maybe not enough hustle on a fly ball to right field, so you sub in Ty Bradford, and he's getting his first at-bat here. He's shown bunt twice, and now is going over to have a conversation with Coach Stavros about what exactly to do here in a 2-0 count. Now, Bradford, he is a junior, 5'9", showing bunt again here on a 2-0. Corners come in for Henley. And this one also misses. Hamilton trying to avoid the bunt to move the runner over, but he's in danger of issuing a walk to Ty Bradford here with Josh Berry waiting on deck. Here's the pitch. That one misses high, and back-to-back walks begin the second inning for Corbin Hamilton. So now it's Josh Berry who hopes to knock in the opening run of the ball game for his team. Taking a look at Berry in the opener, he struck out 3 times, 0 for 3. Faced Carpenter 3 times, a guy who actually, he absolutely had his stuff in the first game. 12 strikeouts in 5 innings of work as he produces a swing and a miss on the first offering to Josh Berry, the designated hitter. It's Berry and then Bryson Rodriguez, who is on deck. And a tall batting stance for Berry. Here's the pitch from Hamilton. That one is hit right back up the middle. Shively gloves it in the gap. He'll throw on to first for the out. Both runners advance, but that was a great defensive play by Shively, making it on the second base side of second base. And, really getting over there to get the out. And, again, both runners advance into scoring position, but now just a little bit easier for Hamilton to try to wiggle out of a jam here with 1 out in the top of the second. Bryson Rodriguez getting ready to step in. See if they've got something fancy working on the base paths here. With 2 runners in scoring position, you can probably bet these runs are very important for Junction City. Could see a squeeze of some kind here, or even a ball hit on the infield could produce some chaos. Strike 1 on a breaking ball finds its way to Bryson Rodriguez. Now, Hornets infield playing pretty much straight away. It seems like they're okay with surrendering a run on a ground ball in the infield as the 0-1 is taken for a ball, misses low and away, count even at a ball and a strike. Bryson Rodriguez, the freshman. He will take a ball high, 2-1. Not the tallest player out there at 5'6", but the good thing, and one of the reasons I love baseball, is you don't have to be tall to be good. And look at guys in the big leagues. Jose Altuve is the obvious one who comes to mind. Here's the 2-1. Curveball hit back up the middle and into center field. 1 run will score, and they are waving around Bradford to score, and he does. And a 2 RBI single for the freshman Bryson Rodriguez puts Junction City up 2-0 in the top of the second inning. And for Bryson Rodriguez, that is RBI numbers 4 and 5 for him. Coming into the game, he was hitting 125, but what a good opportunity to come up for his team in that situation. Here it looks like Jackson Hayes trying to lay down a bunt. Instead, it's fouled off. The count 0-1. Looking at Hayes on the season, a bit of a slow start to the year. Just 1 hit through 8 games this year, a batting average of 111. But here they're trying to get him to lay down a bunt to advance the runner. And they takes a pitch down and in. The count evens up 1-1. They're going to say that Hayes pulled back in time, and the base umpire going to have to maybe overrule this one. To me, it looked like he was still showing bunt, and the base umpire sort of openly admitting he wasn't looking at the play, and so we're going to have to keep this one where it was. Let's see. Yeah, when the umpire kind of openly admits to not looking at the plate, that's a tough one to overcall. 1-1, the count to Jackson Hayes, and got a little free one there. We'll see how he's able to use it. As Corbin Hamilton steps off, looks the runner back at first. It's Bryson Rodriguez. He got there on a 2 RBI single earlier in the inning. Here's the 1-1. This time it is a called ball. Must have been a little bit high to Hayes. The count 2 balls and a strike to the Junction City left fielder. Still showing bunt. This time it finds the zone, 2-2. Missed that bunt attempt, so now you're going to see Hayes more than likely have the green light to swing away with 2 strikes. Junction City leads this one 2-0. Top of the second inning. Here's the pitch from Hamilton. It is swung on and missed, and a strikeout here in the second makes it 2 outs, and it's Dane Gibson to bat. Gibson in the opener today was 0 for 2. He struck out a pair of times and was pinch hit for in the final at-bat of the ball game. Here he takes strike 1. Move over to first. Diving back safely is Bryson Rodriguez. Gibson trying to keep this rally alive. Here's a ground ball, rolled out slowly to short. Connor Shively able to load and throw. It skips to the dirt, but he's safe at first. It skipped to him. Ian Meyer picked it out of the dirt, but it looked like Gibson beat out the infield single, which allowed Rodriguez to move to second. And just that extra half step that Shively took before making the throw, I think, was the difference. As now the lineup turns over for Owen Cooper. As an infield single, and now 2 hits in the game for Junction City. And Corbin Hamilton fires in strike 1 to Owen Cooper. Cooper grounded out to start the game, getting his second look at Hamilton here. Here's the 0-1 on its way from Corbin. That one skips to the dirt. Takini keeps it in front of him, but it rolls down the first base line. Enough for Rodriguez to advance to third. So now runners at the corners in a 1-1 count. 2 outs, top of the second inning. Junction City at the plate, and they lead Henley 2-0. Up to Takini now to embrace his role as a backstop. He's done a great job this season at that. As he sets up for the 1-1. Runner on the move, throw down to second. They got him. Wow, what a strike thrown by Takini from behind the plate. Absolutely smoked Gibson there as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Junction City did score 2 on a couple of base hits. They left 1 stranded. We'll go to the bottom of the third with JC up 2-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
It starts to warm up outside, it's time to tackle your lawn. And Kyle's Lawn Care is who to contact. Kyle's been doing lawn care in Klamath Falls for over 9 years. He offers a variety of services designed to make your life easier. Kyle's Lawn Care offers weekly mowing jobs, which includes mowing, edging, and blowing off sidewalks, snow removal, big cleanup jobs, dump runs, and more. At Kyle's Lawn Care, they strive to give each job their all and go the extra mile to exceed their customers' expectations. To get an estimate, you can call or text 541-281-3623. Kyle's Lawn Care.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Getting ready for the bottom of the second inning here from Rosser Field on the campus of Henley High School, just south of downtown Klamath Falls, in a non-league contest between two top 10 teams in the state of Oregon. Right now, Junction City leads Henley 2-0, but Henley looks to respond with Derek Cox, Corbin Hamilton, and Ian Meyer due up this half inning, as a swinging strike is how we get things started from Derek Cox. Looking at Derek in the opener today, was 2 for 2 as he takes a ball here, 1-1 now. He singled in the second and fifth innings. Unfortunately, nothing came from either of those base hits, but he was seeing the ball well in that game. Now behind the count, a ball and 2 strikes after fouling off the 1-1 pitch. Cox batting .455 right now. Is here, he pops one up in the infield, but looks like out of play, actually. Hard to get a read on that. Got my red tent overhead, so if a ball gets popped straight up, I lose it for a moment. But regardless, goes out of play, and Derek stays alive in this at-bat. And he'll get another crack at Connor Clift. Here's the delivery from the left-hander. A pitch misses high and away, and Cox stays alive in the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now, 20 plate appearances for Derek and 5 hits. That's a great number for him to start the year. 11 at-bats. Yeah, 20 plate appearances, but 11 at-bats and 5 hits. Here, unfortunately, goes down, strike 3 swinging for Derek, and in steps Corbin Hamilton. Corbin looking to help out his own cause a little bit. Gave up 2 runs in the top half of this inning. Now looking to get a rally started for his squad at the plate. Here he slices one down the right field line. That's foul. Look out. Someone's got to make a catch over there behind the fence. It's the group where the Henley administrators and former coaches like to hang out. I can recall seeing the current principal, and by the way, Corbin Hamilton's dad, Jesse Hamilton, likes to watch the games from down there. Former Henley head coach Tim Cleland usually down there watching the games as well. So that pitch misses upstairs to Hamilton. The count now 2-1. When he's around, Luke Hammond, the current Henley athletic director, former basketball coach, usually camped out there behind the first base side. Here Hamilton sends one on the ground to third base, gets by the third baseman Goebel and into left field, and a 1-out base knock for Hamilton. Gets the Henley Hornets a base runner with 1 out in the second inning. And now we'll take a look at Ian Meyer. Now, Ian's a guy that we don't often see a ton of, but whenever you do, Ian is usually a fun player to watch. He is batting .250 on the season. The last handful of league games, he hasn't been in the lineup, but I like to see Ian take an at-bat here in a return to the lineup. He's a junior and has to really scrap for playing time on such a deep Henley team. But here, making the starting lineup. Here's the 0-1. Takes a pitch outside, the count 1-1. And he puts a lot of time into the game as well. Meyer, again, even last season, didn't get to play a ton, but when he did, boy, did he make it count. And throughout the summer for the Klamath Falls Falcons, same thing. Didn't get to play a ton, but he makes it count. And he's hoping to do the same thing here. He takes strike 2 on the outer third, 1-2. Oh, actually the count 2-1, pardon me. Junction City trying to make a case that the umpire signaled for a strike. I got to say, I sort of agree on the previous pitch, but regardless, the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ian Meyer. And the pitch. Curveball froze up Meyer. That was a great breaking ball from Connor Clift. And down on strikes he goes for the second out. Ryan Douglas batting now. Douglas with a couple of base hits in the opener, had a double in the third inning, and an RBI single in the fourth inning. And getting ready for his first at-bat against Connor Clift with 2 outs and a runner on first. Here it is to Douglas, fouls it off, the count 0-1. Pitch on its way again from Clift. This one misses on the outside, maybe a bit low as well. A ball and a strike to Douglas. Up next, the Henley lineup turns over with Mark Carpenter waiting on deck. Again, aboard at first is Corbin Hamilton. Sent a ground ball to left field earlier with 1 out in this inning. The 1-1 is in the dirt, skips away from Waldrop, and doesn't get too far away from him, but just far enough away to allow Corbin Hamilton to reach second. Now a 2-1 count for Ryan Douglas. Like I said, Douglas came up in a sort of similar spot earlier in the game with 1 out and a runner at second. He was able to come away with a single. Now he has to do it with 2 outs. We've got a meeting on the mound for the Junction City coach. And maybe with the catcher, it looked like Waldrop kind of got up after blocking that pitch in the dirt. He's favoring his throwing hand a little bit. I think it skipped up and hit him in the wrist or in the forearm somewhere. But he's trying to tough it out. Like I said last game, I've been pretty impressed with his work behind the plate. And frankly, you get that. When you get 2 good teams against each other, these guys are limiting the mistakes. And credit where it's due for Junction City. Not only has Waldrop been good behind the plate, I've been impressed with the Junction City outfield as well, making some really good plays out there as we get back in the game. The 2-1 to Douglas misses upstairs. Now a 3-1 count to the Henley left fielder. But both of these teams have been a joy to watch today. Henley won the opener 8-2, and they trail here in this one 2-0 in the bottom of the second inning. Here's the 3-1. That one is going to miss outside, and a walk puts 2 runners on base for the top of the Henley order with 2 outs. It's Mark Carpenter. Carpenter stepping in. We've got time as Carpenter steps in, steps out, and is now ready to go. He struck out in his first at-bat, looking for a change of fortunes here. Here's the pitch. Carpenter rolls over this one, sends it to short. Cooper is up with it. Throw on to first is not in time. Carpenter hustles down the line and beats out the infield single. Hamilton to third, Douglas to second. Carpenter out of the box, hustling and beating out the infield single. What a nice job by Carpenter. I wouldn't say that's exactly what he's known for. Usually it's hitting the long ball, but you love to see that one breaking out of the tool bag there as in steps Connor Shively. Bases loaded, 2 outs. And before the pitch, Clift will step off, now back on the rubber as he'll decide to go from the windup with the bases loaded. Here's the pitch. Curveball, Shively pops it up, out of play, foul. The count is 0-1. Shively did single back in the first inning. He was left stranded at third base. Now a chance to knock in a few. Pitch on its way from Clift. That one nearly came in and hit Shively, but instead he'll take the curveball inside the count, even at a ball and a strike. Shively this season bats .414. Here's the 1-1. Sent right back up the middle into center field. That'll score 1. They're waving Douglas around to score. Oh no, just a big turn. He will scamper on back to third. Little station to station for the Hornets, but they are on the board after an RBI single from Connor Shively. Score now 2-1. And in steps Jacoby Tacchini. So Hamilton scored on that play. Douglas to third, Carpenter to second. Of course, after his second hit of the day, Shively is at first. And here is Jacoby Tacchini. He also singled in the first inning and would love to add another here. Clift will once more step off before getting on for the windup. And the delivery to Tacchini. Curveball, nice pitch again from Clift. Found the zone, 0-1. It's a pitch I'm sure Takini would have liked to have another look at, but left the breaking ball a little bit high, but got away with it for strike one. Here's the 0-1 again to Jacoby. This one's hit hard again to center field. Douglas will score. They're waving Carpenter around to score. The throw is not in time. And a 2 RBI single puts Henley in front 3-2. Shively stayed put at second there. Jacoby Takini just adds more to his RBI total this year. Those are RBIs 30 and 31 for him. And he is going to be replaced, courtesy runner Porter Frost aboard at first. And here is Max Price. Price rolls one over to short. Cooper is up with it. Underhand toss to Rodriguez at second will end the bleeding in this inning for Junction City, but the Hornets score 3 on 4 base hits in the inning. They leave one stranded. We'll go to the third next. The Hornets have taken over, up 3-2 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom.
On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades. To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
The information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Josh Eldridge back with you on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Henley leads the Junction City Tigers 3-2. The top of the third inning. It'll be the top of the Tigers order. Owen Cooper, Maddox Waldrop, and Connor Clift to try to get the rally started for their side as Corbin Hamilton gets ready for his third inning of work. First pitch misses outside. Count 1-0 to Cooper. Cooper grounded out to start the first inning today. But, I mean, you look at the season for this young man, it has been a good one so far, leading the team in batting average. And now it's up to him to try to get the rally started. The 1-0 misses in the dirt, count now 2-0. Tigers trying to get back to consistent winning ways right now at this point in the season. They have lost 5 of their last 6 games. Their lone win did come against the number 1 team in the state of Oregon back on Friday the 25th, a 5-3 win over Marist. But before that, going back to April 19th, Junction City lost to Philomath. They did lose twice to Marist in that span. Mixed in there with that win, they also lost to Umpqua Valley Christian 10-9. That's the number 1 team in the 2A, 1A classification. And then, of course, dropping a game earlier today to Henley, 8-2. And the 2-2 is in the dirt, count runs full, 3-2. After Cooper, again, Waldrop waits on deck. Here's the 3-2 from Hamilton. Got him, swinging. Second strikeout of the day for Corbin on the mound, and in steps Maddox Waldrop. He is 0 for 1 today. He flew out, popped out to second base in his first at-bat on the season, hitting a very respectable 302 at this point in the season. 13 of his 16 hits have been singles as he takes a pitch that misses low, 1-0. A bit of a scary moment in the opener for Waldrop. He was hitting and, got hit. The fastball kind of clipped him on the elbow, actually had to be removed from the game for a moment, but re-entered and seemingly okay, and he's done a good job resuming catching duties for Junction City today. Here he's going to try to get the rally started. Sends a fly ball to shallow right field. That one's going to be caught by Cox in the behind first base. And 2 quick outs here in the third. Here is a curveball. That's hit pretty deep to right field, and that one is caught by Barrett, and that will end the inning. Tigers go 1-2-3 in the third. To the bottom half we go with Henley up 3-2 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been away forever. Wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face. I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Bo Pyle, will try to get the rally started for the Hornets in the bottom of the third inning, a game in which they lead 3-2. They scored all their runs in the second, and Pyle was the only guy not able to come around to hit in the second inning. So, again, he'll try his best to get the rally started here in the third. First pitch to him. That's hit hard left field, but it looks like right at the left fielder Hayes as he makes the catch. Well, sometimes for Bo Pyle, it seemed to be the case today. You just hit the ball too hard right at somebody. And that's the third time today that that's happened to him, unfortunately. But as a hitter, you just got to know it's part of the process. And sometimes that kind of stinks to hear, but that's how it is. Then you have someone hit kind of a floater out to center field, and Derek Cox, and he gets on base. And a single there for Derek with 1 out. He's aboard at first, Henley's 7th hit of the day, and here is Corbin Hamilton. Corbin singled, came around to score in the third inning. And just want to recap that third inning for you in a moment after this first pitch to Corbin. In the dirt, 1-0. Henley only had a runner on first with 2 outs. They were able to get Douglas on board with a walk. Then Carpenter, Shively, and Tacchini each singled with 2 outs. Just a great rally for the Hornets in the third inning to allow them to first tie and then take the lead. Up by a run, 3-2, bottom of the third inning. Game 2 of a doubleheader between the Junction City Tigers and the Henley Hornets. Here's the 2-0 coming to you from Connor Clift. No, first to move over to first, and Derek Cox is back safely. Opener of the doubleheader today went the way of the Henley Hornets, an 8-2 victory for the team in blue on your screen there on mybasin.com. And Hamilton, win around. And Coach Tacchini trying to ask for a little bit of help behind the plate. Home plate umpire doesn't even look over to the dugout. Tacchini may be feeling slighted about that, but here's the pitch to Hamilton. That one's fouled off. Count now 2-2. Coach Tacchini asked for help, put his hands up by his side. They haven't moved since he asked for help and got ignored. He's still standing there. Here's the 2-2 coming up to Corbin Hamilton. That pitch misses outside. The count now 3-2. After Hamilton in the order, it's Ian Meyer. Aboard at first is Derek Cox, a full count to Corbin Hamilton with one out, bottom of the third. That one is strike three called. Corbin Hamilton goes down looking in the third inning, creating two outs now. Still runner aboard at first, and Ian Meyer to bat. Ian Meyer, first pitch to him, misses wide, the count 1-0. Meyer struck out in his first at-bat, but trying to keep the third inning alive for his team. That pitch is a changeup, misses downstairs, the count now 2-0. It's a good spot for a 1-0 changeup. It kind of just floated around the knees and then just dipped below the zone at the very end, but a good job by Meyer to lay off a good pitch. Here's the 2-0. That one offered up at and missed. Meyer now still ahead in the count, 2 balls and a strike. On deck is Ryan Douglas. Clift set on the mound. He'll make a move over to first, and diving back safely is Derek Cox. Pitch on its way. That one misses outside, and the count now 3-1 to Ian Meyer. All been outside and low to Meyer. This time is in the zone, strike 2. There's a good pitch there by Clift, going outside on all those pitches, and then inside on the 3-1. A good confident pitch from Clift to move the count full against Ian. Another move over to first. They're going to keep an eye on Derek Cox, although in a full count with 2 outs, he's going to be stealing. Takes another half step off the base. Now here's the pitch to Meyer. Cox on the move. Meyer swung on and missed, and that will end the third inning. But the Hornets lead 3-2 as we go to the top half of the fourth on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and little league teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Getting ready for the top of the fourth inning between the Henley Hornets and the Junction City Tigers. Right now it's the Hornets who lead 3-2. For Henley so far, 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors. They've left 4 runners on base. For Junction City today, 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors. They have left 1 runner on base so far. Due up this half inning for Junction City, it's going to be Caden Schaefer, Ty Bradford, and Josh Berry. Schaefer getting ready to step in against Corbin Hamilton, and here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball, swung on and missed, the count 0-1 to Caden Schaefer. He walked and came around to score in the second inning, in which Junction City got each of their 2 runs. The 0-1 looked at for strike 2 on the outer third, and Hamilton coming right after the cleanup hitter for Junction City up in the count 0-2. Delivery from Hamilton. That one misses wide, no doubt. A ball and 2 strikes to Caden Schaefer. That's .328 this season. An OPS of .854. That's third best on the team. Here he waves and misses at strike 3. Chased a pitch well out of the zone for the first out in the fourth inning. It's a good slider from Corbin. Just really dives off the table at the end with that late movement. And in steps Ty Bradford. Bradford also walked and came around to score in the second inning. Here's the first pitch. That one is going to be popped foul. Count 0-1. It's been a chilly, windy day here south of Klamath Falls at Henley High School. It's been about 50 degrees all day long. And as is customary here in Klamath Falls, you'll see some people with bundled up blankets on. There are others in jeans and a hoodie. There are some with about 4 layers on. You never really can tell what to wear here in Klamath Falls. And even for the folks from Junction City, they knew how to dress for the weather. But again, you got conflicting things over here. You got someone over here in a hoodie and what I think are pajama pants. And 1-2 swung on and missed. Down on strikes goes Bradford. You got other people in like almost near full snow gear. Blankets, sleeping bags to try to keep warm. It can be chilly out here, but it's always kind of half and half with how people dress out here in the Klamath Basin. 2 quick outs here in the fourth, couple of strikeouts, and that'll bring up Josh Berry as the first offering to him misses wide, 1-0. Berry grounded out to short in the second inning. Here's the 1-0. That one misses as well. The count now 2-0. 2-0. That one swung on and fouled. The count now 2-1 to Berry with Bryson Rodriguez waiting on deck. Looking at the schedule moving forward for both teams, coming up on Tuesday is when Junction City is next in action. They'll be on the road against the Cottage Grove Yoncalla Co-op. And then for the Hornets, they will be at home against Hidden Valley on Wednesday before traveling over the hill to take on the Mustangs on Saturday. 2-1 looked at for ball 3 to Berry. Corbin got 2 quick strikeouts in this inning, but having a bit of trouble finding the zone against Josh Berry. We'll see where he goes here on the 3-1, right down the middle. And the count is full. Hamilton trying to set him down in order on a full count pitch. Here it is. Swung on and missed, striking out the side, and Hamilton bringing his Hornets back to the dugout with a 3-2 lead intact. Heading to the bottom of the fourth next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Bottom of the fourth inning, ready to get started from Rosser Field, one of the most pristine patches of grass in the entire state of Oregon, might I add, as the Henley Hornets up 3-2. As Ryan Douglas, the leadoff hitter for Henley, takes ball 1 low and away. It'll be Douglas, Carpenter, and Shively to up this half inning. 1-1 fouled back, or pardon me, the 1-0 fouled back, making it 1-1 to Ryan Douglas. He walked and came around to score in the pivotal second inning, which saw both teams score all of their runs to this point. Junction City scored a pair in the top half, and Henley responded with 3 of their own in the bottom half. Now it's up to Douglas in the 9-hole to try to get the rally started. Here's a line drive down the left field line. That's a fair ball. Douglas taking a turn around first. He is going to stay there. Thinking Douglas might have been able to extend that into a double. That's what his coaches are telling him. But regardless, you reach base safely. That's all you need to start the rally. And he is on with Henley's 8th hit of the day in the bottom of the 4th inning. And the great thing about having a guy like Douglas at the bottom of your order is that in situations exactly like we saw, he can set the table for the top part of the lineup. And now here's Mark Carpenter, who's 1 for 2 today. Struck out in the first, but he singled and scored in the second. Move over Douglas back safely. They're going to say that was a balk. Douglas advancing to second on the balk. They are going to have a discussion about this. The head coach for Junction City, Mr. Tony Stavros, coming out of the dugout to talk. And they're going to say he faked a move to home and then threw over to first. And Stavros coming out and having a conversation. We'll see if this amounts to anything, although I've never seen a balk overturned, so seems like a futile effort, quite frankly, but we'll see. Maybe trying to clarify what his pitcher can and can't do, perhaps, for future reference. But again, I mean, you're not going to get a balk overturned. It's just I've never seen it happen before. And now one umpire has walked away from Coach Stavros, so he's turned his attention to another base umpire out there. And I think trying to figure out what he is and isn't allowed to do. This is the second time Junction City's been called for a balk today in a move over to first. Yeah, now both the pitcher and the coach on the mound mimicking a delivery home to try to figure out what we are and aren't allowed to do. While we continue this charade on the mound, we'll remind you that today's broadcast is brought to you in part by Coldwell Banker Home and Premier Realty. They know that little things can add up to big bills when you're buying, selling, or owning a home. That's why Coldwell Banker Home and Premier Realty's exclusive Beyond the Sale guarantees protect buyers, sellers, and homeowners from unexpected repair bills. To learn more, call Coldwell Banker Home and Premier Realty today. So as we suspected, a balk is going to be held up, and they are going to then issue a walk to Mark Carpenter. Second time he's been intentionally walked in this doubleheader. But again, like I said last time this happened, it doesn't get much easier against Connor Shively. As a matter of fact, last time Carpenter was intentionally walked, it was the 6-run 4th inning that helped Henley to a victory in Game 1. After Carpenter walked, Shively then walked, followed by a couple of 2 RBI hits from Takini and Price. I'm sure the Hornets would love a repeat of that one here. First pitch to Shively, taken down low, the count 1-0. And the first baseman playing in past the cut of the grass. Third baseman Goebel playing in the infield cut of the grass. They're expecting Shively to bunt, although I've never known Shively to bunt in a situation like this. Here's a line drive back up the middle. They're going to try to wave Douglas around. No, they're going to hold him up a little bit late. Bases are loaded for an RBI machine in Jacoby Takini. Douglas to third, Carpenter to second, and again, that's the danger of intentionally walking Carpenter. It just doesn't get easier after him. And there's an argument to be made with the bases loaded that Jacoby Takini's the most dangerous guy at the plate right now. He's already 2 for 2, knocked in 2 RBIs in the second inning. And the pond is full for him here. The pitch. Looked at for a ball outside, 1-0. After Tacchini in the order, it's Max Price. Nobody outs, bases loaded. Henley up 3-2, bottom of the fourth. From the windup, here's Clift. Tacchini rolls one down the first base side. Going to go home with it. And out at the plate is the lead runner, Price. And so, that's Douglas who is out trying to score. Price is up next to bat. A fielder's choice allows Tacchini to reach first. Bases remain loaded with one out. Score remains 3-2. And here is Max Price. Carpenter to third. Shively to second. Here's Max Price. 0 for 2 today, a strikeout and a ground out, but a great opportunity. A ball in play could help score a run here. Pitch on its way. Taking a strike, about bell tie on the inner third of the plate. It's 0-1, the count to Max Price. Again, 0 for 2 in this game, but Price on the season hitting over 400. Right guy in the right spot for the Hornets. Here's the pitch. Looks at strike two, that time belt high on the outer third. And so Clift mixing up his locations pretty well in this at-bat against Max Price. Ready to deliver the 0-2. Fouled back, count remains. After Max Price in the order, it's Bo Pyle. There you might see him on the bottom of your screen if you're watching on mybasin.com. This one rolled out towards second, could be two. Rodriguez on to Cooper for one, but Price beats out the back end and has an RBI to show for it. As Carpenter came around to score, it's now 4-2. And there'll be runners at the corners as Shively advanced to third. Frost was out, and Max Price reaching on his own fielder's choice, adding in an RBI. And so now Bo Pyle will hit again with those runners at the corners and 2 outs. Pyle, his last at-bat, just hit a screamer right to the left fielder. Hoping to find some green this time around. Here's the first pitch to him. He'll take it in the dirt, 1-0. Getting signed from Coach Teeters down there in the third base coaching box. The first base coach for Henley is Marvin Rosser, and we've talked about it at length during this season, but just a fantastic coaching staff top to bottom for this Henley Hornets ball club. Here's the 1-0 to Bo Pyle. That one misses high. Count now 2-0. Also in the dugout, Joe Tacchini, a state championship head coach, coached at Henley in the early 2000s. Pete Whistler is in the dugout as well, was the Oregon High School Coach of the Year in 1994, has helped multiple state championship teams, has coached the American Legion team in the area for as long as I've been around the program and longer at that. And, of course, Craig Connor in the dugout as well. And while his resume as a baseball head coach is short, he has a great resume when it comes to youth sports in the Basin. This most recent season was named the Oregon High School Basketball Official of the Year, the #1 official in the state of Oregon. Here's the 3-0 to Bo Pyle, misses low, and that'll load him up for Derek Cox. Price to second. Shively stays put at third. Bo Pyle on at first, and here's Derek Cox. Score 4-2 in the bottom of the fourth inning. Henley in front of Junction City, and the Tigers trying to bring their infield in against the freshman Derek Cox. Today he is 1 for 2. Struck out in the second, hit a hard line drive single in the third. First pitch to him. Hits that one in the air. Center field. Back is the center fielder Gibson, and he will make the catch to end the inning. The Hornets score 1, but wind up leaving the bases loaded in the fourth. We'll head to the top of the fifth. Henley up in front of Junction City 4-2. Back after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Top of the fifth inning here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. And the bottom of the Junction City order as they trail Henley 4-2. Hamilton gets ahead in the count here quickly against Rodriguez, 0-2, but misses on the 0-2 offering. The count now a ball and 2 strikes here in the top of the fifth inning. Pitch on its way. That one dips below the zone again, 2-2. Hamilton trying to get Rodriguez to chase, but he's laid off a couple of pitches out of the zone, and so the count is even. Fouled off, count remains. Got to again offer a heads up to the softball fans gathered around the outfield of the fence, outfield fence at the softball complex. Here's the 2-2 again to Rodriguez. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Down goes Rodriguez. Now 4 consecutive strikeouts for Corbin Hamilton dating back to the 4th inning. And by the way, speaking of softball, as we did a minute ago, I want to give you an update on the Henley softball team. In the 3rd inning, they're up against Junction City 3-2. The first game was a marathon. 20-11 was the final score that saw Henley victorious in that one. The Henley softball team is, by the way, ball 1 fired into Jackson Hayes. But just to give you an idea, the Henley softball team, they scored 22 runs back on Wednesday against Lakeview. And that was their most runs of the season. I believe their most, I heard Matt Bowling say most since 2017, I think. It's the 1-1, hit in the air, right field. Chase Barrett moving over, getting underneath it. He'll make the catch for the second out. Well, now here the Henley softball team, after a program high for the last half decade back on Wednesday, almost matched that total in Game 1 against Junction City earlier today. Now again up 3-2 in the 3rd inning over there. Our score here at the baseball game, 4-2. Henley leads, top of the 5th inning, 2 outs, and here's Dane Gibson. First pitch to him, called a ball, missed outside. After Gibson, the Junction City lineup turns over for Owen Cooper. 1-0 misses upstairs. For Gibson today, he is 1 for 1. He singled back in the 2nd inning and was caught stealing to end the 2nd inning. Since then, it's been 8 up and 8 down for Junction City. Corbin Hamilton fires in a strike, gets back into this one, 2-1. And another crack at the 2-1. That one swung on and fouled. Count now 2 balls and 2 strikes to Dane Gibson. 2 outs, top of the 5th. Henley leads by 2. And the pitch is swung on and missed in the dirt, but no drop, 3rd strike, and that will end the 5th inning. Again, the Tigers down in order in the 5th. They trail Henley 4-2. Going to the bottom half next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
It starts to warm up outside. It's time to tackle your lawn. And Kyle's Lawn Care is who to contact. Kyle's been doing lawn care in Klamath Falls for over 9 years. He offers a variety of services designed to make your life easier. Kyle's Lawn Care offers weekly mowing jobs, which includes mowing, edging, and blowing off sidewalks, snow removal, big cleanup jobs, dump runs, and more. At Kyle's Lawn Care, they strive to give each job their all and go the extra mile to exceed their customers' expectations. To get an estimate, you can call or text 541-281-3623. Kyle's Lawn Care.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Bottom of the fifth inning, Henley leads 4-2 against Junction City. Due up this half for the Hornets, Corbin Hamilton, Ian Meyer, and Ryan Douglas. That's 7, 8, 9 in the Henley order to try to extend upon their 2-run lead here about midway through this ball game. First pitch to Hamilton skips to the plate, the count 1-0. Henley scored 2 runs in the second. They added another in the fourth. And here's a ball rolled out to short, backhanded by Cooper, but he can't come up with it. A good effort out there at short, but wound up bobbling it. They're going to charge that as an error to Cooper, and Corbin Hamilton reaches first. First error of this game for either team. Comes with no outs in the bottom of the fifth, and here's Ian Meyer. Ian Meyer looking to right the ship a little bit in this game. 2 at-bats and 2 strikeouts for the young man so far. Here he shows bunt and lays one down the first base line. That one is touched foul, and the count is 0-1. Like the idea for Meyer. Could try to see him bunt again. And Connor Clift, well, they may want to have him tuck in his jersey here. Well, they're not going to worry about it. I've always known umpires to be a stickler about the pitcher's attire, but nothing going on with Cliff's shirt there. Here's the 0-1 coming up to Meyer. This one shoots the bunt down the first base line, and again it's fouled off. Count will remain 0-2. After Meyer again in the order, it's Ryan Douglas who waits on deck. Coming set now is Clift. Meyer showing bunt even with 2 strikes here. And he's going to step off. Well, Clift will step off, and now Meyer back in, ready to go again with the 0-2. Showing bunt. This one is laid down right in front of home plate. Perfectly placed bunt that allowed Corbin Hamilton to advance to second. Meyer does his job and allows the runner to advance. 1 away, runner in scoring position for Ryan Douglas. Douglas has walked and singled so far in this game. Came around to score once. Clift set, delivery to Douglas, misses. Oh, that ball picked up some dirt with it, but it's called strike 1. Yeah, we got some chants coming out. That's not you, Ryan Douglas. I don't know if that's anybody. He's behind in the count, 0-1. Might need a golf club to hit that pitch. Douglas steps back in for the 0-1. Here it is. That one rattled foul. Count goes 0-2. Runner at second is Hamilton. He's itching to score and extend Henley's lead, but right now a 2-strike count to Ryan Douglas. Clift agrees on the sign from Waldrop and comes set. Here it is. That one's hit in the air. First base side. Looks like it is not going to be playable, and the count will remain 0-2. Wind picking up here at Henley High School. Apologize, those of you on mybasin.com. Netting getting a little bit in the way there. We'll try to fix it here between at-bats. An 0-2 count to Ryan Douglas. He will step out here as a little short meeting on the hill between the pitcher and the catcher. Douglas steps in, tall batting stance, as Clift looks in and comes, nope, he's going to step off. And now we're back ready to go. Clift again, stares in, gets the sign, now set. Here's the pitch. That one swung on and missed. Douglas down on strikes for the second out in the fifth inning, and that will bring up Mark Carpenter. Carpenter stepping up now with 2 outs in the inning. And they're going to pitch to him. He's been walked twice today, but this time they offer up strike one to Carpenter. That pitch in the dirt. Count 1-1. Carpenter has struck out, hit a base hit, and walked so far in this game. He's came around to score twice. Here's one is popped up. Middle of the outfield, and the center fielder runs a long way to put that one away for the final out. The Hornets get a runner in scoring position but can't capitalize. We go to the sixth with them leading 4-2 next on 104.3 and 960 Sports, mybasin.com.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom.
On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
The information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Getting ready for the top of the sixth inning in a 4-2 ball game between the Junction City Tigers and the Henley Hornets. So far in the game, 4 runs on 9 hits. No errors for Henley. They have left 8 runners on base in the ball game. Taking a look at Junction City, they have 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 error, and they have left 1 runner on base through the first 5 innings of this one. It's going to be the top of the order for Junction City. Owen Cooper will try to break the streak of 9 straight retired batters for Corbin Hamilton. Here's the pitch. Curveball, found the zone, strike 1. A big-time bender there for Corbin Hamilton, found the zone, 0-1. So far today for Owen Cooper, he has grounded out and struck out in this game. Here's the 0-1. That one misses upstairs, 1-1. In the opener today, Cooper was 1 for 3 with a single in the first inning. He also struck out and flew out in a Henley 8-2 victory in the first of a doubleheader today. This curveball misses low. The count now 2-1 to Cooper. Hamilton, like I said before, has thrown well in the third, fourth, and fifth innings. Here in the sixth, falls behind 3-1 to Owen Cooper. Like I said, 9 straight retired batters. Of those 9, 6 were strikeouts. Timeout at the plate. And back in the box now is Owen Cooper. That one came in and hit him. The two-seam fastball got away from Hamilton there. Came in and plunked Cooper. He will be awarded first, and that will end the streak of retired batters for Hamilton. Probably the way you'd like to do it the least, by hitting a guy. Never want to do that. And then we'll bring up Maddox Waldrop. And he'll, before he steps in, we'll have a conversation with Coach Stavros to think about the approach and what you want to do here to try to get guys over. Right now, Waldrop would represent the tying run as his team is down by 2. Connor Clift waits on deck for Junction City. Pitch on the way. That pitch misses low and in the dirt to Keeney. A great job, an outstanding job, really, just keeping that ball in front of him. Kid works hard behind the plate. Love to watch him catch. 1-0 the count, though, to Waldrop. Move over to first. Back safely is Cooper. Hamilton set. Nope, timeout at the plate. Seems like Junction City intentionally trying to throw Corbin Hamilton off his rhythm, which, hey, it's a sound strategy. Trying to throw a pitcher out of his rhythm by calling time at the plate, taking your time into the batter's box. It's one thing that I've often talked about during these baseball games is Henley's pitching staff's ability to command the pace of a game. But Junction City doing their best to take it back from Corbin. And, it could be a fair strategy. 1-1 misses low. 2-1 the count. Maddox is 0 for 2 today. A couple of flyouts to second base, but now is ahead in the count, 3-1. Hamilton trying to find the strike zone here. Again, Mark Carpenter pitched 6 innings earlier today, so he is unavailable. Max Price pitched an inning. Everyone else, including Max, for that point, is available. And another timeout called by the hitter, Waldrop. Again, just trying to keep Hamilton out of his rhythm. And here's the 3-1. That one finds the zone for a strike, 3-2. Hamilton comes set. Here's the 3-2. That is a check swing and ball 4. 2 runners on in a marathon of an at-bat for Maddox Waldrop. Cooper advances, and now aboard at first is Waldrop. That brings up Connor Clift. Chance to help out his own cause for the Junction City pitcher. But so far today, 0 for 2. He grounded out to first base in his first at-bat. Then he flew out to right field in his second at-bat. We've got Coach Sean Teeters coming out to have a conversation with Corbin Hamilton. He's been taking a look at his throwing hand. Not sure if he's got a cut or something out there. We'll just have to see where this comes in at. But with a brief pause in the action, we'll remind you that today's broadcast on mybasin.com is brought to you by Howard's Meat Center, where tradition meets innovation with every cut and every bite of Smokin' H barbecue. As you step through the doors, you're not just entering a meat center. No, you're taking a step back in time when the quality of the meat and the depth of customer service were everything. Check out Howard's Meat Center next to Les Schwab Tires on South 6th Street, or Smokin' H Barbecue up by the Tap House. Hamilton is going to stay in the game. Just trying to maybe give him a little bit of a breather. I think Maddox Waldrop, and to his credit, did a good job of trying to break up Corbin's rhythm out there. And so I think just taking an actual timeout and discussing things with the coach, we'll see where Hamilton goes here against Connor Clift, his counterpart on the mound for Junction City. First pitch to him. Called a strike. Great pitch there by Corbin to get ahead, coming right after Clift. Ahead in the count now 0-1. On deck for Junction City is Caden Schaefer. Set is Hamilton. And the pitch. That one misses low, and the count 1-1. Henley with their win earlier, extending their winning streak now, I believe, to 12 games, trying to make it 13 if they can hold on today. The 1-1. That one is rolled over, foul down the first base side. Count now a ball and 2 strikes to Connor Clift. Clift mentioned was 0 for 2 in this game. In the opener, he was 1 for 3. Had an RBI double in the first inning that helped Junction City get in front at the time. Now, he does represent the go-ahead run here in the top of the 6th. Here he rolls one down the third base side. That is going to be touched in foul territory, and the count still 1-2. Nice job by Carpenter, Hamilton, and Tacchini, all hustling down the third base line to make sure that we touch that ball in foul territory. We've seen it a few times where it hits the cut of the grass and kicks back fair, and that would have been, well, less than ideal for sure for the Henley defense. Probably would have loaded the bases. But instead, it's a 1-2 count to Clift. And Hamilton can go just about anywhere he wants to here. Here's the pitch. That one is once more fouled back. And so we'll do it again, 1-2. Big lead off of second for Owen Cooper. And Shively's keeping him honest a bit over there, but he's about a third of the way down the line. 1-2, fouled off again. Wonder if going to see them take a look back at Cooper. He's got a massive lead off of second base. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 steps off the bag, 9, 10, 11. 11 steps off the second base bag, and here he goes as Hamilton comes set, takes a step back. Now the delivery home is fouled off again. And so we'll do it once more, a ball and 2 strikes. Good battle at the plate here for Clift, pitcher versus pitcher. Hamilton looks in, gets the sign from Tacchini, and comes set. Here's the 1-2. That one again fouled back. Still going at it, these two guys. Do it again here in a moment. A 1-2 count to Clift. Here's the pitch. That one misses upstairs, and a good take, 2-2. Again, big lead off second for Cooper. Tacchini sets up for the 2-2. Here's the delivery from Hamilton. 2-seamer ran away. The count's full. Hamilton hit the spot he was trying to there. They were trying to get Clift to chase, but wisely laid off, and the count is full. Hamilton set. Here's the pitch with 2 outs. Misses high, and the bases are loaded for Caden Schaefer. If you're Junction City with no outs, bases loaded, and your cleanup hitter to bat, couldn't ask for a better start to the 6th inning. It's been a hit batsman and back-to-back walks to load the bases for Junction City. And it looks like we're going to have a courtesy runner come on out for Connor Clift as the pitcher. Who are we going to get out there? Well, it's going to be someone. In the meantime, Coach Craig Connor is going to come on out. See if they enforce a pitching change. I don't know. And they will. Pitching change for the Hornets. Hamilton's day is done. He's going to leave the bases loaded for Bo Pyle. And we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll take a look at Bo here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Top of the 6th inning, and we've got a new pitcher on the mound for Henley. It's Bo Pyle coming in to replace Corbin Hamilton. We'll take a look at Bo on the season so far today. Pull up his stats here. He'll inherit a less than ideal situation. The bases loaded and nobody out, and the cleanup hitter to bat. Bo Pyle making his first appearance in relief this season. 24 and a third innings pitched and an ERA of 2.01. He'll have his work cut out for him, that's for sure. Henley leads 4-2, top of the 6th inning. And Caden Schaefer up to bat. He's walked and struck out so far, but the cleanup hitter looking to clean up out there for his squad. First pitch misses high, the count 1-0. Looks like Corbin Hamilton has come in to play a little bit of first base. Trying to still find out who's in right field. We'll get there. Here's the 1-1 on its way. Popped foul, 1-2. So Carson Pimley is out there in right. Thought that might have been Pimley out there, but a little bit tough to tell. So it's a 1-2 count to Caden Schaefer. Pitch is a line drive to right field. That will get through. 1 run will score. They are waving around Waldrop to score, and we are tied in a 4-4 ball game. And a 2 RBI single for Caden Schaefer is what does the damage. Tied up, top of the 6th inning. Cooper scores. Waldrop scores. Clift to second, and a 2 RBI single. Here's Ty Bradford getting ready to hit for Junction City. Wonder if they might have the young man lay down a bunt to try to move these guys over into scoring position with their designated hitter up next. Mark Carpenter and Corbin Hamilton there at the corners. They are going to come in, try to protect against a bunt here. Pyle comes set. Showing bunt now is Bradford. Lays down the bunt. Pyle trips on his way to it. Throw over to first. Cox is covering in time for the out. Mark it 1-4 on the putout. But in the meantime, Clift advances to third, and Schaefer advances to second. That's exactly what was coming up there for Junction City. That's exactly what they wanted. And here's Josh Berry batting now with 2 in scoring position and 1 out. Top of the 6th inning. We're tied at 4. Berry so far today has grounded out and struck out. Pyle now working out of the windup. Here's the pitch. Pitch misses high. Count 1-0. Pyle going to be working out of the windup here with a runner on third. And here's the pitch. That one swung on and missed. The outside fastball, and Berry couldn't quite reach it on that outside pitch. So it's now a 1-1 count to the Junction City designated hitter. Pyle gets the sign from Tacchini. Here's the 1-1. That one is in the zone. And a 1-2 count now. Berry thought that one was inside, but that caught the inner third of the plate there, just off the black, and now behind at the count 1-2. Infield comes in for the Hornets defense. They're going to try to cut down the runner on a ball in the infield. Here's the 1-2. Popped up. That one is out of play, foul, heads up. Count will remain a ball and 2 strikes. Bryson Rodriguez waits on deck. One, two, hit in the air, straightaway center field. Coming in as the center fielder, Price. It lands in front of him. 1 run will score. And advancing to second on the throw is Josh Berry, and Junction City is in front 5-4 on the RBI single from Josh Berry. It was Clift who came in to score, Schaefer advancing to third, and again Berry is going to advance on the throw, and still just 1 out in this inning for Henley. Junction City has scored 3 runs already, and here's Bryson Rodriguez. Henley infield remaining in. And try to stop another run from coming across. First pitch for Rodriguez misses high to count 1-0. Carpenter, the third baseman, Shively, the shortstop, Derek Cox, the second baseman, and now Corbin Hamilton in at first. They're all in on the cut of the grass. Here's the 1-0. Fouled off. Count is now even at a ball and a strike. On deck for Junction City, Jackson Hayes. A lot of real estate in between the infielders and the outfielders. Outfield not playing in at all. They want to protect against extra bases. The 1-1, a check swing. Yes, he did go around. A ball and 2 strikes. Rodriguez today did have a 2 RBI single earlier. That was in the second inning. He's already been in a situation much like this, but he also struck out in the 5th. Now down in the count. Here's Pyle in the dirt. The count 2-2. Tacchini doing a good job of being that backstop for the Hornets, not allowing that run to come across. Two-two. Tacchini sets up outside. The pitch misses upstairs. The count now 3-2. First base is open for Jackson Hayes on deck, but you'd like to come after Rodriguez here if you're Bo Pyle. Big pitch on its way. Come set. Kicks. Fires. Foul ball. We'll do it again. Inning started with 3 free passes issued to Cooper, Waldrop, and Clift. couple of singles have scored 3 runs for Junction City here in the top of the 6th inning. That one misses high and in. And the bases are loaded once more for Jackson Hayes. Well, it's not going to be Hayes. Looks like instead it's going to be Jaden Lucas to come in and bat now for the Tigers. So Lucas getting ready for his first at-bat today. Left-hander bats with the bases loaded and 1 out. At first, it's Rodriguez. At second, it's Barry. And Schaefer still at third. First pitch is a ball, 1-0. Corners in for the Hornets. Middle infield ready to turn 2 with 1 out in this inning. The pitch. Swung on and missed. Count even. Now a ball and a strike. Pyle looking in, getting the sign from Takini. Shakes him off once, now agrees. The 1-1. Swung on and missed. 1-2. After Lucas, it's Dane Gibson waiting on deck. The 1-2 from Pyle. Popped up. Out of play foul. Oh, not out of play. Hit the top of the screen. Thought that one was heading for the parking lot again, but all for naught. Still 1-2 the count. Left-handed bat against Bo Pyle. I believe this is the first lefty he's faced today. Coming in relief this inning. Lucas gets ready to step back in for the 1-2. Pyle set. Here we go. Curveball got him looking. Second out in the 6th inning goes Lucas. And here's Dane Gibson, still with the bases loaded. Now with 2 outs. His team up a run, top of the 6th inning. Pyle set with the first offering to Dane Gibson. Hits that one in the air, center field. Price moving back, moving over, and makes the catch for the 3rd out. But Junction City scores 3 runs, courtesy in part by a Caden Schaefer 2 RBI single. But they leave the bases loaded. Could have been a lot worse for the Hornets. They'll go to the bottom of the 6th, try to take back this lead next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Bottom of the 6th inning in a game in which Henley trails Junction City 5-4. Due up this half for the Hornets is Connor Shively, Jacoby Takini, and Max Price. Henley was leading heading into the top half of this inning, but a 3 spot put up by the Tigers in the top of the 6th allowed them to pull in front by a run. So now it's up to the Hornets to try and respond and keep this winning streak alive. Of course, doing a little bit here in the bottom of the 6th would make it all the easier for the 7th inning. Here Shively offers up and misses at a breaking pitch low in the zone. He's behind at the count 0-1. It's the 0-1. That one misses downstairs, the count 1-1. Clift decides on the 1-1. Delivers. Shively swung and missed at that one, 1-2. That curveball or slider or slurve, whatever it is, has a ton of movement. Clift has gotten batters to chase all day long. Here's the 1-2. There it is again, and again chases after it. Though a dropped third strike, throw down to first is going to be in time. And 1 out in the 6th inning. Now it's Jacoby Tacchini, who is 2 for 3 today and 3 RBI. Singled twice in the first and 2nd inning. Had 2 RBIs in the 2nd inning on his single. He also had an RBI on a fielder's choice in the 4th. Here, he takes strike 1. Nope, they're actually going to call that a ball. Count is 1-0. That one is hit in the air, right field, and the catch is made in right field. Max Price to bat now. He is 0 for 3 today, but he does have an RBI from a fielder's choice in the 4th inning. Curveball finds the zone, 0-1. Time called by Price, settled back into the plate. Score update from softball. Henley leads 7-4. Here, they trail 5-4. Pitch misses wide, 1-1. After Price in the order, it's Bo Pyle, who hopes to get a chance to hit in the bottom of the 6th. Here's the pitch. That one nearly came in and hit Price. Had to dance out of the way of that one, 2-1. That one rolled foul. Count now 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th. That one is in the dirt. Gets away from the catcher, though. Rolls to the backstop. Price is going to reach on a dropped third strike with 2 outs in the inning. Got timeout before Pyle's at bat. Got to brush off the dish. It's Price reaching base for the 2nd time today, although still without a base hit. But you'll take the on-base percentage boost. I'm sure he will. Pyle 0 for 2 today. He's grounded out and flown out, but he did walk in the 4th inning. Pitch to him here, looked at for a strike, 0-1. Decent lead off of first for Price. Here's the pitch from Pyle. Popped into foul territory. Looks out of play behind first. Count now 0-2 to Bo Pyle. Looking in, the pitcher Clift. Here's the delivery. That one looked at for strike 3. Curveball on the outer third. Got Pyle looking. And that will end the 6th inning. To the 7th we go, and Junction City leads 5-4 on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Live free video today on mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I love to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon, soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Top of the 7th inning, and the visiting Junction City Tigers are in front of the home team Henley Hornets by a score of 5-4. Due up this half for Junction City, it's the top of their order. Owen Cooper, Maddox Waldrop, and Connor Clift. This was the group that got the rally started in the 6th, allowed them to score 3 runs. In fact, those 3 guys were the 3 guys that scored in that inning. Cooper reached base via hit by pitch. Waldrop and Clift both walked in the 6th inning, and again, all 3 of them came around to score to give Junction City their 1-run advantage. Cooper, though, still without a hit today. He's 0 for 2 otherwise. He grounded out and struck out. I'm sure the Tigers would love to add a little bit of insurance. 1 run, certainly not a comfortable lead against these Hornets. First pitch hit in the air, shallow right. Pimley calls everybody off and will make the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out in the 7th. Now it's Maddox Waldrop. He is 0 for 2. Along with that walk that I mentioned previously, he has flown out to second base twice today. And the pitch. He looks to show bunt, pulls back in time, but not, maybe he didn't pull back in time, in fact, as I think he was still showing bunt on that elevated pitch, and he gets called for strike 1. Pyle ready to deliver the 0-1. That's a curveball. He chases it down to the count 0-2. Pyle all ready to throw again. Again, we talked about pace for this Henley pitching staff. Pyle likes to work quick. Here's the 0-2. That one misses downstairs. The count 1-2 now. Top of the 7th inning, Henley trailing Junction City 5-4 in the second of a doubleheader today. Hornets won the opener 8-2. Here is strike 3 swinging, and down goes Waldrop for the second out in the 7th inning. This will bring up Connor Clift. He has, just frankly been very strong on the mound today for Junction City. Hard to really put it any other way. He's held the Hornets, and they've had 9 hits, but he's only held them to 4 runs, which is a great performance for him. Still looking for his first hit at the plate. Like I said, he walked in the 6th. Otherwise, he grounded out and flew out in his first at-bats. Here he sends a line drive to right field, and there is that first base hit for Connor Clift. A 2-out single to right field is the 5th hit of the day for Junction City. And this will bring up Caden Schaefer. And they'll have a runner come in for their pitcher, Clift. It looks like it's going to be Aiden Schmidt. Well, nice to see Schmidt back out there. Had a little bit of a scary moment in the opener. He went to go lay down a bunt, and it fouled right back in his face, and I think busted his nose up. But it's good to see he's out there running now for Junction City as Caden Schaefer gets ready to bat. Got to gear up. Seen enough of his teammates get hit on the forward elbows today, so he's got the Evo Shield guard there, and he's ready to hit. Fresh count to Schaefer, who singled in 2 runs in his previous at-bat. Here, he takes a big breaking ball that's called strike 1. Along with that single, he's walked and struck out so far. Here's the 0-1 from Pyle. Same pitch, same spot, strike 2. Pyle's leaving those breaking balls up. It's a dangerous game to play with a guy like Schaefer. We'll see where he goes now on the 0-2. That one's the fastball up. Tried to freeze him up, but that one misses high. The count 1-2. Pyle ready to deliver again on the 1-2. It's fouled off. Count will remain. Runner on first is Clift. He got aboard on a 2-out single. Pyle comes set. And the pitch. Breaking ball hit the other way, deep to right. Pimley turning around, and he makes the catch for the third out. A base hit, but no runs for Junction City. And they'll try to defeat the Henley Hornets in the bottom half of the seventh. Right now, up in front of Henley 5-4 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Bottom of the seventh inning as the Hornets try to stave off defeat and keep their winning streak alive. The men to do it will be Derek Cox, Corbin Hamilton, and Ian Meyer. Hornets trail by a run. It's 5-4 in the bottom of the seventh, and it looks like Caden Schaefer getting ready to pitch in an attempt to collect a save for the Junction City Tigers. We'll take a look at the game so far for the starter, Connor Clift. Take a look at him, and then we'll give you the stats on Caden Schaefer and reset the defense for you for Junction City in the bottom of the seventh inning. It looks like there's not much as far as the defense goes. It looks like Clift and Schaefer pretty much swapped spaces, so Clift now over there at first with Schaefer pitching. And we'll close the book on Clift after the first pitch to Derek Cox. It's hit foul, 0-1. Clift worked 6 innings, gave up 9 hits, 4 runs. He walked 3, and he struck out 10. Again, all in 6 innings of work. That's a quality start against a quality opponent in the Henley Hornets. Now, we'll try to get you the numbers on Schaefer here in just a minute as he's ready to deliver the 0-1 to Derek Cox. Ground ball to short. Cooper up with it. Throw on to first is in time for the first out. Looking at Schaefer's numbers on the mound this season, this is his 10th appearance overall, his 5th in relief. He's got a record of 3-2, 3 saves in 35 2/3 innings pitched. He's got a 1.17 ERA. By the way, in save opportunities, he is 3 for 3. And here's the first pitch. It's a 0-1 count now to Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton 1 for 3 today with a single and a run scored, a strikeout, and he reached on an error in the 5th. Takes a curveball, finds the outer third, 0-2. That is a huge breaking ball from Caden Schaefer. See where he goes now. He can go just about anywhere in an 0-2 count. Goes with a fastball. Hamilton fouls it off. Again, after Hamilton, it's Ian Meyer in the Henley order. 0-2 count to Hamilton. Here's Schaefer's delivery. That one, the bender misses down and away. Good job by Hamilton to lay off that pitch. Schaefer trying to get him to chase. Again, still in command of this at-bat. Here's the 1-2. able to get a piece of that breaking ball and fight it off. Still 1-2 for Corbin. Now Schaefer's gone to the breaking pitch now 4 times in a row. And we'll see what he goes with here on the 5th if he tries to go with the heater. The 1-2. Nope, another curveball. This one rolled over to short. Cooper, the throw on to first is in time. 2 up, 2 down for Henley in the 7th. And now, just 1 out away, here is not Ian Meyer. It's going to be Carson Pimley. And much like I said in the opener of this doubleheader, they bring a guy in to pinch hit when your team's down to their final out. Not a really desirable position to be in is Carson Pimley. And it was Ty Bradford for Junction City in the first game who came in just to hit in the potential final at-bat of the game. We'll see if Carson Pimley can find a way to extend it. Fouled off the first pitch. The 0-1 finds the zone, that nice breaking pitch from Schaefer. And now the Hornets down to their final strike of the afternoon. Schaefer gets the sign from Waldrop. Now delivers. That pitch misses low in the dirt. Count 1-2. One, two. That is looked at for strike 3, and that will be the ball game. Junction City with a 5-4 victory over the Henley Hornets in Game 2 of a doubleheader. We'll be back to recap it all for you as we continue your coverage this season of Henley baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports with live free video on mybasin.com.
Parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and little league teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
The information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
The final score in Game 2 of a doubleheader today between Junction City and Henley. The Tigers prevail over the Hornets 5-4. For Junction City today, 5 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, and they left 5 runners on base. For Henley today, 4 runs on 9 hits. No errors for the Hornets, but they left 10 runners on base. The winning pitcher today would be Connor Clift, who went 6 innings, 6 strong innings against Henley, 9 hits, 4 runs, 3 walks, 10 strikeouts. for him today. The losing pitcher is Corbin Hamilton, who gave up 5 runs in 5 innings of work, only allowed 2 hits, but walked 4 and struck out 7. The save today credited to Caden Schaefer, who worked the final 7th inning, struck out 1 batter in his save effort. Want to name our Pacific Power play of the day? Going to have to give it to Jacoby Takini back in the 2nd inning. A 2 RBI single allowed the Hornets to pull in front 3-2 at the time. But again, a 3-run 6th inning for Junction City, punctuated by a 2 RBI single from Caden Schaefer, allowed them to pull ahead and become victors 5-4. And in doing so, snapped a 12-game Henley winning streak here at Rosser Field. Overall, a great day of baseball between 2 really highly competitive opponents and a split. Can't feel too bad about that for either team, hoping that both of these squads are able to make a deep run in the OSAA state playoffs. The opener today went the way of the Hornets, 8-2. The final score of Game 2 is 5-4. Want to thank everybody who made today's broadcast possible. Of course, both head coaches, Mr. Sean Teeters here for Henley and Mr. Tony Stavros for the Junction City Tigers, making sure that I was able to get starting lineups before the game, and for spending a little bit of time with me. Always gracious to work with our great head coaches here around the state of Oregon. Also want to thank Rob Sims, our official scorer today, for making sure I sound like I know what I'm talking about here in the booth. Also want to offer up a thank you to Tiffany Schaefer today. She's the scorekeeper for Junction City, but allowed me to gather some stats for the Tigers I could use throughout the broadcast today as well. So big thanks to Tiffany Schaefer, making sure I could talk some good news about the Tigers, who are a quality team, and I expect to make a push here in the final about month and a half of the season. But until next time, which will be on Wednesday here at Rosser Field as the Hornets take on the Mustangs. Until then, my name is Josh Eldridge. Have a great rest of your weekend and good night from beautiful Rosser Field at Henley High School.